All right. Good afternoon. It's afternoon now, guys, and welcome back to the cafe. It's great to see you all here again. I hope you're all having a great start to your day, and I'm grateful that you're joining me, guys. We're going back to Idaho. We got some new documents to check out, and we're going to talk about some subpoenas put out from Pennsylvania and see what that's all about, guys. Thank you again so much for joining us. That being said, you know where we're going next. Let's do this thing. All right. Welcome back, guys. Thank you. Just so everybody knows that that period of time before I do that is not the intro. That's just me. I start this so that everybody can get a chance to jump in here, and then I start the intro that way. I usually started about 15 minutes early. That way, everybody can come in, get everybody comfortable, and stuff like that. That's all. So that's all. I know it seems a little long, but I had it scheduled for 12:45, and then started a little bit beforehand, and then you know what I mean. So anyway, welcome back, guys. Great to see you. I hope you're all doing amazing. Appreciate you all joining me today. Wow. Let's see. Again, guys, we're back in Idaho. We got some new documents to go over and some subpoenas to talk about. I found some out of Pennsylvania. I heard that there's a rumor of some coming from other places, possibly. We're going to look into that too and just talk about why. Of course, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. For anybody that would like to join me, it's always fun to have some other peeps up here to conversate with about this. Speaking of peeps, thank you, Tandy. Yeah, it was time to get a haircut again. I started to look like a damn bum, folks. Sorry. I couldn't handle it anymore. I don't like having hair on my head. Not no more. Um, who we got in here? Let me see. Miss Tandy's in the house. Miss Alicia J. Hey. Miss Charlotte, welcome back to you. Nellie B. Great to see you, Nellie. Always a pleasure to have you here. Toes, how are you? Great to see you today. SRBBBB. SRBBBBBBB. Jesse Shules in the house. What's up, brother? I hope you're feeling better today. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Maybe I'll get you to join me today. Backwoods Beats and Outlaw Rhythms. Welcome back, bro. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Let me see. Feminam's in the house. Welcome back to you. Always a pleasure. And guys, please, if you will, if you can, if you would, because you should, hit that like button when you come through the door, please. So we can get us in that algorithm. Looks like Jesse's home. Safe and sound. Good to hear, bro. Talk about Pioneer again, I see. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. I fixed it, SRB, I believe. And again, please make sure to hit that like button when you come through the door. Please and thank you. Rissa Roberts, it's been a minute. Great to see you today. I hope you're doing well. It's wonderful to see you. Anna Zorman, welcome back to you. Thank you all for the purple hearts, guys. That way we can keep Wisdom Speaks with us always when we're live. Always, always. She's always in our hearts and always will be. Miss Brandy B. That OG's in the house. Miss Paula and her positivity. Welcome back to you, Miss Paula. Always a pleasure to have you here. We got to go get that tomboy out of bed. Drag her in here too. And Miss Molly, good golly almighty. Statsy, Sassy. Good to see you, Sassy. Wellington Odo, welcome back. Great to have you here. This channel, Greg. Good to see you, Greg. Started over here and then started his own stuff. Show. Yeah, I'm still a little bit worried about Eddie myself. That's my next step. Is, in fact, hang on a minute. It seems Patriot in a while. I wonder if they're okay. Oh my God. Oh, that's from last year. Okay. Just showed up again this way. Thank you again, Candy, for that. Okay. It is? It is. Very quietly, but it's back there. Turn it off. Come on, Dana Renee. Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. And welcome to all the meatballs. It's great to have you guys jumping in the sauce with us today. Because we're going to spill some of that. In Stitches is in the house. Great to see you. Oh, thank you, Stitches. Let me check real quick. Is this out of here? Is that Ohio? Oh, shit. No. Yeah, we're going to throw that up here first before we do anything. See? And I never get. They probably didn't put one out. An Amber Alert. Tuscarawas County Sheriff's Office said they received a 911 call from a grandmother who reported her 5-year-old nonverbal grandson went missing from a Port Washington residence. Officials say the child was dressed in swim trunks and went missing when the grandmother turned away for a minute. The Sheriff's Office said all on-duty staff from the Sheriff's Office from the command level on down responded to begin a search and investigation. Officials said they set up a perimeter, established grid search. Also, an emergency notification message was sent out by the 911 center within a 3-mile radius asking the community for help. Officials say a drone was launched in Ohio State Highway Patrol, Arrowhead Fire Department, Delaware Valley, New Comerston, Tri-County Joint Ambulance Service, and Tuscarawas County Emergency Management all came to assist the search. Units began a door-to-door search. Officials say a sheriff's detective discovered the child, went to a nearby residence with an unlocked door. The child has been eating food in the residence and appeared physically unharmed. Well, that is it. That's a happy ending. Good. He was hungry, folks. He was hungry. Thank you, Stitches. But again, this is a nonverbal child that just walked away, 5 years old. I never got an alert for it. I don't know. Stitches, did you get an alert? SRB? Any of you other Ohioans? Yeah, he's been found. Thank you, Stitches. I didn't think he was at first either until I read that. So that's good. That's great. That's amazing. It's good to see the positive endings too, guys. So we know that it happens, you know? Thank you, Stitches. That's a great. See, I thought this was going to be something worse, but that's a great. No alert, though. No alerts. we're all Ohioans here that I just called out, and there's no alerts. Hey, Little Red Riding Hood. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Misty Jane, hello. It's different Eddie, Misty. Two different Eddies. That Eddie does not, our Eddie does not do anything with harsh. Completely different Eddie. Yeah, I don't either anymore. County next. Yeah, Tuscaroras. I gotcha. See, they're supposed to. I don't care what county it is in Ohio. We're supposed to get alerts, and then we're supposed to get secular alerts. They're called for like in county alerts. Okay, I don't ever get any of them, folks. Sadly, sometimes every now and again I'll get lucky and we'll get an Amber Alert, but that's it. Yeah, it's completely different Eddie. That's not our Eddie over there. We went through that a while back, trying to claim our Ed. You just booted Sarge to be here. Welcome, Moonlight. Good to see you. I was with Sarge last night. It was a pretty interesting show over there, that's for sure. Me and Sarge, Twiz, Kane, and everybody in the chat. It was quite interesting. It was kind of funny. The end was kind of fun. Newsflash, no alert. That's crazy, Stitches. See, we should be getting these alerts, and we're not. I don't like it at all. I don't like that. Hello, governors. How are you? Wonderful to see you, Wellington. It's been a couple days. Come on in, guys. Please, please, please share this out. Hit that like button, if you will. It was definitely interesting last night. I'm telling you that much. Sarge was on one, that's for sure. Echo 444. Hello, that was weak. Good to see you, Echo. Hope you're doing well. Kane's in the house. What up, Kane? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us at Sarge's last night. Jesse said he feels good today. That's good. You worked through your hangover and all that good stuff, sir. Got home. That's what it was. You needed to get home and get back in your own space and get comfortable. That's all. Yes, please do. Guys, if you haven't checked out Mama Bear's video from yesterday, please do. You're missing out. It was great. It was really good. And I'm not just saying that because I was over there. She did amazing. She truly did amazing with it. And I'm very grateful for her putting that out. It's really important. It's a seriously important topic, and it needs to be talked about. We're dealing with it right now in the Idaho case, guys. You know, people that are getting thrown onto death row and facing the death penalty and possibly having their lives taken that are innocent. So there's a lot. If you guys didn't catch it, go check it out. If we could throw Mama Bear's link in here just to get everybody the availability to do it, please and thank you. Justice is in the House. Washington State Court, Whitman County Supreme Court, new filings with Bryan. They seem to be all over the place, Justice. So we're going to check that out too. So get comfortable, folks, because we'll be bouncing around a little bit here trying to find all this extra stuff. I got the PA filings, the subpoenas. We have the new Idaho documents, and there's, like Justice just said, Washington State. And I think there might be more, actually, Justice. Miss Sherry, hello. Good to see you today. Hope you're doing wonderful. There's Mom Bear's link. Thank you, Alicia. Corey Clancy, hello. Welcome. Love your dog. 15. Hey, hey, hey. Happy Friday, Miss Sassy. Guys, don't forget, tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I do believe, is Felony Fridays over at the Last 24 with Mikey. Please go check it out, if you will, if you could, because you know you should. Mr. J, Mr. Nelly, it's great to see you in here again. Thank you for joining us. I'll finish Sarge later. Sarge was comedic when Kane jumped up and we were all in there. It was kind of funny. It was kind of fun, actually. Then I popped over to Outcast last night, and that was kind of embarrassing. He was going, Social Glow, welcome back. He was going over some old videos of Rory's when Rory was at went down into Moscow and was walking around the house and the apartments and stuff, and to hear my voice, I hate listening to myself. I just always have. So he watched some of them last night, was asking questions, trying to get that stuff and understood. Might be a good idea to go back and recheck some of that stuff too. Who knows? No need to apologize, Miss Nellie, ever. You know better. Well, I hope he's okay. My son sprained his ankle. Bless him. He's upstairs with snacks, playing with a friend online. But my job. Hey, I'm sure he sounds like he's got it made. You're a good mother, that's for sure. Yeah, I was just hearing my voice. Just was like, oh God, Tommy with his laugh. Jesus, Tommy. Yeah, I hope he's doing okay, Nelly. God bless him. North Carolina Mountain Man, what's happening, bro? 82 peeps in the house, 43 likes. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. He does, truly. I don't know how old he is, but yeah, sounds like he does. He has got it made, but he mixed his chocolate sweets and crisps all in one bag. Hey, they know what they like. We may think it's gross, but Jesse Shule. When the case built on a great big lie, it's hard to keep the story straight. That becomes all more clear when you go back and look at. Yep, that's the point. That is the point, Jesse. You ain't lying. 9 going on 13. I got you. Mrs. Amir, welcome back. Great to see you, dear. Yeah, I've never been able to watch any of my videos. By the way, I watched those older videos so many times that I've learned much. Well, good. I'm glad to hear that, Social. I'm glad I can help in some way, at least. I'm glad you guys all agree on that. At least we've done something good with what we've done, to help some of the newer people understand things and find things. And I felt old last night because Outcast was referring to the videos and talking about, because some people were asking who Rory was, and Rory said, or Jesus, I can't. Oh, Outcast said he's an OG. He's been here since day one. Like Dago, he's an OG, and blah blah blah. I'm like, oh, thanks, buddy. I'm an OG. Miss Jen 7 in the house. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, SRB. Well, thank you, Social. I appreciate that. Tomboy's in the house. Prawn cocktail crisps with candy and chocolate. Whoa, damn. Because he's your baby and you're taking care of him. That's just what happens, Nelly. It's a normal thing. You're a good mama, just like I said. Yeah, Outcast the Great. Bob was talking about going back to his old stuff too. I mean, listen. Welcome, Luz. Guys, we did what we did when we did it for reasons, okay? So as you go through this case, as we've all seen, and you get to a certain point where things are starting to be revealed, for lack of better terms, as Pavarotti would call it, the revealing. What's an OG, Becky? An OG. An old, it stands at like old gangster or whatever, but OG, like, like we've been here from the beginning, old timer, whatever you want to call it. I'm sorry to hear that, Tomboy. I hope you'll be all right. Can we debunk the tripod camera? I heard that the guy that started that rumor eventually said it was all a hoax. It probably is. We'll look into it, Moonlit, for sure. We'll definitely. There was a lot of hoaxes with this, guys. Joseph Morrison threw out an audio video or an audio clip in the very beginning and tried to say it was real. People screaming from the house, and it was debunked once again. That idiot and all his hoaxes and his bullshit that he's put out with these cases. I still don't understand how he's on YouTube. I don't get it, but no, don't take offense to my language. I just don't like people that do the kind of stuff to make things up just to get their views. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. It's just dumb. Captain Jenks, good to see you, brother. And thank you so very much, Nelly. That's amazing. God bless. We never ever expect donations, guys, but we do definitely appreciate them. It helps my channel keep on going, guys. So thank you. Pays the bills, and Nelly, you're an angel. God bless. Really appreciate that. Cane B. Noise. Very nice. Brandon Andriola. Yes, these are some of the names we're going to be looking at today, guys, and as to how they're related to Bryan Kohberger. Okay, these are material witnesses that are being released with these subpoenas we found in Pennsylvania yesterday. And I'm curious, like, what, as a material witness, is that a character witness? Is that a, is it for a specific reason? You know what I'm saying? I'm curious. So Brandon Aaron Andriola, Jen says, went to Northampton University with Bryan. By the way, Washington court docs, people were asking who he was. I thought I'd mention that. Of course, Jen. Thank you. That's why I love when you're here. Great to see you, Cap. Thank you for being here today. Miss Kaylee's in the house. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Missy, wait a minute. Missy Moo, welcome back to the sauce, dear. Congrats. We got a new meatball. She's not really new. She's been in the sauce, but she came back. So great to see you, Missy. People he went to school with. One was from Boxing Jimmy Box. I heard there was a used car salesman in there somewhere, too. The winds are changing. You ain't lying, Wellington. You ain't lying. I love your avatar with the koala. A koala from down under. Yes, one was a teacher from DeSales. I'm glad you're here, Tomboy, because you can help me to differentiate. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat and we'll get rolling. 91 peeps in the house, 50 likes. I know we can do a little bit better. Just pretend like you like me for a couple hours. That's all you got to do. After that, you don't have to like me anymore. Yes. Bulger was from DeSales. Yes, that's correct. Miss Donna Da Salamander's in the house. Good to see you. Meg P, there she is. Welcome back, Miss Meg. Always happy to have you here. Guys, share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing in here. Let's talk about it. Stuart Jones, welcome. The car salesman was somebody you went to school with. Thank you. And Meg, thank you for those hearts, dear. That's so very sweet of you. Uh-oh. Drives you up the wall with his BS. I gotcha. Always love when Meg's here. And all of you for that matter. The one looks like he's a real estate agent. I knew you guys would be looking these up when you got the names. Now, tell me you guys didn't. I'm gonna ask a question real quick. All you gotta do is throw one in the chat. When you guys got the names off these subpoenas, how many of you Googled these people? If you did, throw one in the chat. If you didn't, you don't have to do nothing. I'm just curious. I will share it with you here just momentarily, Miss Nelly. I'm just trying to wait a little bit to make sure everybody's in here before we get started so we don't have to go backwards. You know what I mean? Recapping and backing up and all that gets people upset sometimes, and I don't like to upset people. Justice, of course. And there's nothing wrong with that. I figured everybody would. Says a material witness is a person whose testimony is essential to the case. Of course, that's right, Christina. Very true. It's difficult to secure with a subpoena. Judge could arrest if they don't show. That's facts. So these people, plus they've been offered $100. They're giving them all $100, I guess. So Becky. No worries, social. We'll look into it for sure. And talk about it too. Echo 44-4. Isn't Dago's British accent impersonation of all over? Sorry. I have to do it. Oh, Lord have mercy. Miss Missy already dropping 5. Make sure, guys, that $sign down there is clicked and you can receive gifts so that you can receive these when it happens. Because it looks like Cam 226 received a membership. Miss Holly got one. Lori Kowalewski got one. Anonymous, nobody. Esther Hahn, all of you, congrats. Welcome back to the sauce. 6 new meatballs already, guys, and we ain't even got started. That's very awesome, and thank you, Missy Moo. God bless. So very awesome and generous. We appreciate that so much, guys. Again, actually, let me just throw this up here because this is what it's all about, guys. We do not expect, and I mean, when I say like, we don't expect it. It's absolutely free to be part of this community. We don't expect donations. We don't expect super chats, super stickers, memberships, anybody that donates to Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, none of that is expected, folks. But please know, every bit of it is 150% appreciated, because that's how we keep going day after day after day. So God bless, and thank you to all of you that do that. Missy, that's awesome again. Thank you so much. You guys are all so amazing, every one of you guys. Wait a minute, did you do it again? You did. Holy shnikes. You did it again. 5 more. Good Lord. I didn't even see that until just now. Thank you again, Missy. That's 10, folks. And the next 5, we got Sooner Girl 74, Karen Duncan, Min. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Tony Duong. I don't see the other one. That's weird. Shoot. And Andy Rose. Okay, there's the other one. I didn't see it. Received memberships. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. All of you. We have 11 now. That's awesome. Again, Missy, God bless. So very generous. And thank you so much for that. And Miss Echo 444 dropped $10 super sticker. God bless for that, too. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. Hunter's Moon, welcome to you, and you as well, dear. I hope you're healthy and happy and having a great day. Miss Christie's in the house. Good morning, Miss Christie, the newest addition to our team. We're so super lucky to have her on board. I'm grateful, and thank you for being here, Christy. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much again, Echo. You're an angel. I appreciate that very much. Yes, absolutely. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Let's get going. I know you guys are getting antsy. I just want to make sure we got everybody in here. Like I said, sometimes we get people that drop in later and we got to back up and redo it again. I'm just trying to avoid that. That's all. We got 91 peeps in the house now. 56 likes. I think we can do a little better than that. I'm pretty sure. So let's see if we can. All right. Love this community. Absolutely love this community. You guys are amazing people. And I love your minds. So many critical thinkers in here. Open minds. That's how we get through this, guys. That's how we have the most amazing think tanks in this community. I'm telling you, we really do. And yes, I got a haircut. A couple people asked. Of course I did. It was getting shaggy. Can't handle it. I love it when I catch an Idaho live here. Made my Friday evening here in the UK. That's right. It is later there. Well, good, Nelly. I'm glad that we can give you something to do. Relax. Your son's having a time of his life, but now you can enjoy yourself too. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Miss Q's in the house. Great to see you. This is where the cool kids hang out. You're right. You're one of them. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Let's see here. Show. It is. It is very intelligent and very always great discussions, guys. I cannot go wrong. Thank you. Tina sent me an email on this as well about the missing child here that has been found. Appreciate you guys worrying about that. Okay, let me check my emails real fast. I don't see anything else here. Nope. Okay. Gianna Gambino in the house. Hello, Paisan. Good to see you today. Hope you're having a great day. GM 5637's in the house. Welcome to you. Miss Christina, of course. Always happy to have you here. Somebody sent me an email asking who cut your hair. I cut my hair. I cut my own hair. I've always cut my own hair since I was about 16. I've always cut it. I've never paid for a haircut. That's ridiculous. As much as they charge. I used to cut people's hair in school too. I should have went to school to be a barber, but I just didn't. My uncle taught me. He was a barber, and he taught me a bunch of stuff, so I learned how to do all that myself. I even learned some of the newer stuff, how to put the hard parts and all that crap in. It's fun. Fade and all that crap. Thank you, Hunter. I appreciate that very much. The tomboy. Yes, absolutely, Gian. It's always a pleasure to have you here, dear. So, as I said, guys, we got some new documents. Thank you, Cassie. We got some new documents out of Idaho. A lot of them are just whatever. There's nothing sealings or whatever. There's an order that was thrown in out of the middle of nowhere. It's in the box there, Cassie. I'm not going to use it for that. I did get my desk vacuum, though, my desk blower yesterday. That's awesome. Missy Moo again. Good Lord. Amazing. 5 more. Looks like Ruth Molden, Lisa Hawkins, Frosty Phantom, Randall and Lori Gray, and K-Crime. Sorry. Welcome to the sauce. 16 new meatballs jumping into sauce. There is our videographer, Miss Molly. Good golly almighty. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. I hope you're having a always happy to have our Molly in the house. Molly, again, does all the videography stuff, the music, the videos, the sounds, intros, outros. She's so very talented and amazing, and we love our Molly, period. Great to have you, Molly. Yes, thank you so very much, Missy. God bless. That's amazing. So we got 16 new meatballs, guys. I don't know, SRB. We may have to get another pot here. They keep growing like this. This channel's growing like crazy too, folks. We have gone from and organically, we're growing organically, which is the most important thing to me. We're at we broke 10,400 something just in a week, and we are now at almost 10,430, I think, or more now with what Missy's done. So thank you so much, Missy. God bless. You guys are just amazing. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, Hunter. Guys, yes, please make sure to tap that like button. We got 64 likes. Let me refresh real quick with almost 100 people in here. Yeah, we can do a little bit better, guys. Come on. Let's get this in that algorithm so that it's out there and everybody sees it, please and thank you. Now we're at 105. Hell yeah. Just hit that like button. You can elbow it, kick it, punch it, lick it, smack it up, flip it, rub it down, whatever you want to do. Just hit that button, please and thank you. And I got to get out of the top chat. All right. All right. It's wonderful to have you all here. Again, I hope everybody's happy, healthy, safe, and sound. And I really appreciate your brains, your minds joining us in here today as we discuss this insane case. Once again, check out the documents. Understand the documents. Look at these subpoenas that are coming out of left field all over the place from different places about bringing all these witnesses in for Bryan. Hopefully that's a good thing. Right. And thank you for for those of you that aren't in chat. You're just kind of hanging out there watching. We appreciate you just as much, guys. You're amazing. We love it. We appreciate you. All right, so we got one more like off of that. Where is everybody's at? How we have all these people with that many likes? Come on, guys. You don't. Oh, thank you, SRB, for turning that on. Yes. You don't have to wait too long. It's only a couple minutes to jump in. And if you guys want to jump into Discord with the rest of these awesome peeps there's the way you do it. Miss Cassie threw it up there for you. Yeah, somebody went to school with too, Christina. It's probably Miss Alicia, I figured. You and her both are good for that stuff. A giant wooden spoon. Stir it up. That's right. All right, guys, let's get this thing moving. Hold up. And again, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. Anybody that wants to join me, you're welcome to click that link up there. and pop up here and discuss these documents with me as we go through this stuff. You know, my door's always open. Now, if you're new to joining us up here, I have one request. And I just ask that when you come backstage, when you first click that link, you just take about 3 seconds to show me your face quick. You don't have to leave it up. That way I can ensure you're going to come up and show your face and not your waist, guys. That's all that matters to me. After that, you can lock it down. We don't have to see you again. Because I know some people aren't comfortable with that. But just, that's if you're new. If you've been up here before, you already know. I don't need that. So. Who is Cake Girl? That's you, Miss Alicia. Wonder Woman. This lady's something else, folks. She really is. 7 amazing and beautiful children, and she does this and that all day long, nonstop. She's amazing. She's got little ones too, folks. They're all close in age, so she's busy, and she's still in here doing this stuff. It's crazy to me. She's amazing. All of them are for defense. Yeah, they're all defense. None of these are for the prosecution, guys. All right. All right. Let's get this up here. Hang on 1 minute here. Shoot. You're all good. I'm sure you are distracted. Luz Theron. Wonderful to have you here. Sorry if I didn't say hello to you earlier. Justice. Yes. Show. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you so much. Yes. Okay, and let's see. And I'm going to ask one time, anybody that's newer coming in, I only got a couple rules, guys, and it's just to respect each other's thoughts, feelings, any theories, any of that. Please respect. No, Nelly, it's Chris McDonut. That's one of my things. All right, hang on. I'm just a dork, and I do dorky things like that. All right, let me load this link in here. Okay. On we go. Where is this link and why? And thank you to my mods for dropping these things, all these different links and Christy documents, all sorts of stuff. You guys are amazing. Absolutely amazing. Okay. Have a great team, guys. They work just as hard. They work harder than I do, I'll be honest with you. Non-stop sending me stuff. Okay. Keeping things moving. All right, guys. So we're up and moving now. Sorry it's taking so long. I just want to make sure we get everybody in here. That way we don't have to go backwards. Thank you, Feminem. Of course, these mods are amazing in here. And that's all I'm asking. Like I was saying, respect each other's thoughts, theories, feelings on everything. Whether we disagree or not, just respect it. And absolutely, please respect the mods. They're very good at what they do. They know what they're doing. They're not going to do something unless they're supposed to. And so just that's all. That's all I'm asking, guys. You don't even have to respect me. Respect them and respect each other. That's all that matters to me. All right. Thank you, Christy. God bless. Oh, no. All right, guys, we do have a few. There's only one listed as new, which is weird. It was the weirdest one that dropped. It dropped yesterday. It was filed yesterday. Everything happened in the same day with it. It's an order, stealing something. And it's also, the order is sealing a request. And who requested this, the unsealing of documents? It's so weird. So very weird, that one. And I'll show you that first because it's very simple and generic. Kind of a joke. We bounced around last night looking for it. Jules went live. We asked her about it. 2, what her thoughts were. Sergeant Twiz, Ask them all. Everybody has the same feeling. Like maybe, I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with these subpoenas. It's the only thing I can think of. That's what Jules kind of threw out there. Her thoughts were, but that's it. The order granting access to sealed records dated June 5th, which was yesterday, 2025, is sealed pursuant to the Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1, 32I, 3A, 46, and Idaho Code Title 19, Chapter 11. And all that means is that the person that requested access to these sealed documents, that was sealed. Whoever that person is, they seal it, which is a little strange, but okay. They do with it. This whole thing's weird. And all of these things here, it's in reference to like arrest warrants and things like that when we looked it up. And of course, the 32 rule, administrative rule, they use that rule for everything in this case. It's ridiculous, but yes. Thank you, Christy. So that's the first document, or the last document that was dropped as of yesterday. You know what, Miss Q? There was many a people on Jules' channel, because we were leaving comments over there too yesterday when I first found this. I started questioning. We started talking in Discord with the mods, and we're like, "What the hell is this?" So we go to Jules, and a couple people asked that. Is that in reference to the special prosecutor? I guess it could be. Was that the special prosecutor requesting access to these sealed records? Very possibly. And those sealed records are probably going to be the stuff in relation to the leak. That could be what that is right there. Bingo. Very, very good call, Miss Q. And the others that have, made that statement. That's something I would believe. So yes, very good thought on that one. Again, thank you, Christy, so very much. Very good point there, Nelly. Very good point. And again, guy, trolling account, hello and welcome. Good to see you. Bam, bam. Like Emerald. That's a good theory, I think. Very good theory. If they brought a special prosecutor in, which we knew that Bill was tasked with doing that, based on what Hitler said, it could be requested in those documents. Makes a lot of sense there, Miss Q. Thank you, Tandy. Ms. Molly. Thank you. Larry McWilliams, good to see you, sir. Anybody that I may have missed, I will catch up with you. We got 94 peeps in here, guys. Please share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing in here, if you will. 300 lapses in the house. Yes, we definitely were. Oh, SRB had a think tank too, huh? Okay. I didn't know that. There's no documents that match anything from the PCA. Well, the PCA, as far as I'm concerned, is garbage, but. All right, so that document's done. Let's move backwards. I guess I'm rolling backwards from that one. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that were dropped on the 4th, the day before yesterday. First one I got here, let me blow this up bigger for you. This isn't even the fun stuff. A couple of these, I'm just going to show them to you and drop them because there's nothing we can read from them. PSA is more like a POS. Amen to that one, 300. I just call it TP. The TPA, toilet paper affidavit. You want to read from the TPA, you go for it. The state's supplemental response to defendant's request for discovery, number 23, is it? 23 requests they've had for discovery on this, guys. And this one is written a little differently. It says, to the defendant, Bryan Christopher Kohberger, in counsel Ann Taylor, comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and hereby supplements its January 23rd of 2023 and September 4th of 24 responses with Exhibit S1, filed under seal in response to the defendant's request for discovery pursuant to the ICR 16 rule, filed January 10th, 2023. The state has and will continue to provide discovery in accordance with Idaho Criminal Rule 16 in applicable law, and reserves any and all objections hereunder. Dated the 4th of June of 2025, signed by Miss Ashley Jennings. Andrew Garrett is back. Where at, Jesse? Where at? I'll have to look into that too. You're welcome to join me, Jesse, if you feel like it. Good morning, unknown caller. Thank you for joining us today. So there is that one, folks. Like I said, the state's supplemental request number 23 was dropped, guys. 23 times they have requested for discovery. Has anybody ever seen a case like that ever where they've asked that many times to get discovery? Kind of ridiculous, guys. Kind of ridiculous. And I got to say, this is a little, I'm going to slow down here with this because let me read something to you one more time. Comes now, state of Idaho, by and through Latah County prosecutor, okay? And hereby supplements the January 23rd, 2023 and the September 4th, 2024 responses with the exhibit S1. In fact, let me put that down because we may have to go back and look that up. January 23rd of 23 and September 4th of 24. Okay. The state has and will continue to provide discovery in accordance with Idaho Criminal Rule 16. Rule 16. Alicia, if you get a minute, can you look up Idaho Rule 16 for me, please, so that I have the absolute right description on that one? If you have a minute, dear, please, and thank you. Good point there, Miss Nellie. And how conveniently she asks again, stuff from 2 years and that magically found. State is shit. Amen. Thank you, Jen. Sky 1088, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, you could be right there, Miss Sky. Thank you for joining us. So 3 times this for item alone. For this item alone, yes. Yes, Meg is always awesome. Very awesome. Ta-da! Good stuff, Busy. Good stuff. Let's see. Meg, you're awesome. There's no confusion, I'm sure. I'm a male and I use a nail file. Okay. I use nail files every now and then. Ain't gonna hurt you. Seems a little newts when you say it out loud 32 times. Wow. Yeah, right. Right. All right, come on down here. Mel Dixon, welcome. Have you seen Kathy in the Zone video restate seeks to secure attendance of... no, not that one. I've seen some of her other stuff. What is it? State seeks to secure attendance of roommates. What? To secure attendance of roommate's boyfriend, BF, at trial. Why? Why does one of the roommates want her boyfriend at the trial? That makes no sense. That's kind of wild. Thank you for bringing that up, Mel. I want to check that out. Okay, so Alicia said parties to gather and review evidence, helping to ensure. Did I miss a piece of it, Alicia? Here it is. Rule 16 establishes guidelines for the disclosure of evidence in criminal cases, balancing the rights of the defendant with the obligations of the prosecution. The discovery process allows both, 1 minute, guys, both parties to review evidence, helping to ensure a fair trial. The rest is above. Thank you, Alicia. That's amazing. She's so awesome and quick with this stuff, you guys. So therefore they're saying that that's what this means, guys. In response to the defendant's request for discovery pursuant to the Rule 16, the state has and will continue to provide discovery in accordance with the Idaho Criminal Rule 16 and applicable law, and reserves any and all objections thereunder. Thank you so much, Alicia. Oh, no, no, no. I know. You're great. You're amazing. I couldn't do this without you. Yeah, funky. Is it Bethany's boyfriend or is it Dylan's boyfriend, guys? Bethany's married to a firefighter. Well, that's interesting. Hey, Thrive. Good to see you today. I think she's innocent. Dylan, something is off with her. BF was alone and sounded by sketchy people, so she just went with the flow. I said to you guys before that I feel like there were some pawns in this case, and yeah, I can see that Bethany could be that. I could. Not a boyfriend. There you go. Roommate. Bethany is BF. Well, it said that one of the roommates is trying to secure her boyfriend at the trial, a place for her boyfriend to be at the trial. That's what that said. That the statement said, Nelly. So that's what I'm trying to understand. So it's Bethany's boyfriend or husband now. You gonna put some coffee on? Are you gonna join me, Jesse? We're always ready for sober Jesse. Jesse's ready for you. Oh, Jesse's talking in third person now. Here we go. Something's wrong. Come on up, dude. Grab your coffee. Let's do this. Jesse's talking in third person now from now on. That should be interesting. Again, if anybody sees one made nut out there, if you see Eddie anywhere, guys, let him know we're looking for him. We're worried about him and that I hope he's okay. That's what it seems like. She wants her boyfriend with her. Well, okay. Or husband, whatever it is, if it's Bethany, yeah. Got you, Tony. Tony, welcome to the sauce, by the way, my friend. You were gifted a membership. It's great to have you with us now. Johnny Walker, Black, and come up on a panel. Yeah, I haven't had that stuff in years. Okay. So that's the first document we're looking at here today. So on and so forth. I'd like to know. I know that none of the exhibits are going to ever be put out to us, but Exhibit S1 has been talked about quite often. So I'm interested. I'm very interested to see what that is. Nelly says, I think it says tried to secure roommate boyfriend. Yeah, they were trying to secure the roommate's boyfriend at the trial, like making sure that there's a place for him to be at the trial, I guess. That's what it means. I know, Teresa, I know. I used to have it, and then I switched phones, and I don't have it anymore. Because we talked on the phone a few times. Is my mom in here? Yes, she is. Hello there, mother. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. I appreciate you being here. We're just going over documents today and talking about the crazy case in Idaho, Mom. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate your support as always. No, tried to secure roommate. Oh, BF as in Bethany Funk. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, Nelly. I wasn't catching that. Okay. So they tried to secure the roommate, BF, Bethany Funk, at the trial. Okay, understood. I gotcha. Jesus. Ding, 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 ding. Come on here. Let's get it in gear, Gary. Okay. Mel Dixon, Horse TV. Hello. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, there's a few people that don't want to be back in Idaho. There's a few people that don't want to be there to begin with. No, I think it's her trying to. I will call you, Mom, at some point. I will, once I get through this. I hope everything's okay. Everybody, hello. Say hello to my mother. Be respectful, please. She supports me in here too, and she's amazing. I will call her. She knows I will. Okay, let's see here. Moving on to the next document, guys. I think this one here is the order sealing the parties. Let's try that again. Order sealing the parties' proposed stipulated jury instructions. See, this is one more, just the sealing. Based upon the state's motion to seal parties' proposed stipulated jury instruction filed, the court does hereby confirm an order that it is exempt from disclosure and sealed pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and I for the reasons stated in the said motion. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Schul. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing fine, but we do have the echo again. The echo's back.
Jesus. Yep, hold on.
I got something for you, Diego.
Uh-oh.
And you might not like it.
Uh-oh. There. How's that sound, Jesse?
No echo? No echo.
We good?
So, okay. I'm not qualified to investigate crimes. I have no legal background. I'm not really a particularly educated man, but I'm really good at guessing. I'm damn good at, in fact, not too many guys had Indiana Pacers in game 1 of the NBA Finals, but I know a guy who did. Anyways, when it comes to Eddie, something's rotten in Denmark, my man. And I was wise to this before, and I brought it up with Eddie, and he shut it down right away, and I just let it go, and I didn't talk about it. But the similarities, it's too much for me. The fact that Harsh has a guy named Eddie that's described as a guy that's got all these notes. I mean, Harsh can have a buddy named Eddie. That's no big deal, right? Lots of Eddies out there.
Sure.
How many Eddies have a particular character that gets described exactly like our Eddie?
The good note taker.
And writes a lot of notes. And before anybody gets too bent out of shape, I'm not saying Eddie's a liar. I'm going to give you 3 possibilities here. How about this? I'll give you 4 possibilities. The one that's least likely to me is that I'm just tripping out and it's just a complete coincidence.
Sure.
And I'm just talking nonsense right now. That's one possibility. The other 3 possibilities are Eddie's lying. And I'm not saying I lean that way. Harsh is lying, and Harsh, because I know Harsh watches other shows, and maybe Harsh is, looking for content purposes. I've got a guy behind the scenes, and if that was the case, I mean, I don't know how many people. I wouldn't be particularly upset about it, but to a great, it would be a little weird, but I wouldn't. It's not the end of the world, whatever. Yeah. It's a fiction. Right. You're using some fictional story to spice your stuff up. It's not that big of a deal. So, but it's just bothering me because the similarities are way, way too much with the notes and the way that the personality is described. Or it's just another weirdo that watches these shows and is in the chat all the time who is trying to adopt Eddie's personality and represent himself as the Eddie, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, and perhaps that last one's the most likely because, Harsh has never given us any indication to think he's a liar. No. And certainly Eddie's never given us any indication of that. But right. Like I say, this is just bothering me. It feels like something's rotten in Denmark. There's just no way that Harsh has an Eddie clone. You know what I mean?
I was thinking about that one theory you said there, just the last one, that somebody's out here trying to be like Eddie and claiming to be Eddie. You know what I mean? That's what the one I thought it was too before, because it was just too relevant to the same situation. You know what I'm saying? The note taking, the name, all of it was too like, well, okay, I don't care either way, but it's like that is just too close to being the same thing. So I don't know.
So you don't think I'm crazy then?
No. It very well could be somebody claiming, because he's very, very good at what he does. He's very good at note taking. He's very good at seeing things and breaking things down. So somebody else, of course, could come out here and say, hey, it's me. I'm Eddie, blah, blah, blah. I take notes. I do this. I do that. So yeah, I could see. I've seen crazier things happening out here, bud. So yeah, I don't think you're crazy at all. I think what it is truly because Eddie takes breaks from time to time when he gets all wrapped up in this. He'll go through a bunch of this, and then he takes a break for a little while, and then he comes.
As do I.
Yeah, of course, and he's done it more than once. So that's what I think's going on. I just want to let him know and have the word out there and heard that we're always thinking about him, and if there's anything or any issues that we're here for.
Well, it's just that I just watched Harsh talk about his Eddie and in great detail. Just to, he just put something out recently, and he's going on about his Eddie and his Eddie's notes, and it's just like, well, your Eddie is just too goddamn much like my Eddie. This ain't right.
Yes, yeah, I get it. And like I said, truly, even if they were the same, one and the same, I don't care. Eddie comes over, he does his thing, he talks about what he talks about, he shows us the notes.
Maybe Eddie would feel like it's just none of our business who he collaborates with. True. And he's right. He doesn't owe us anything, right?
Absolutely.
Maybe he feels embarrassed that he collaborates with. I should just stop while I'm ahead. I'm not suggesting any of that stuff.
Of course not. No, I know what you're saying.
And I'm sure he would be deeply offended if he heard me saying these things, and so I should check myself.
He's pretty understanding, and I know that we've already talked about it once and this and that. And Chrissy just said that he said it wasn't the same one at one time. So, but that doesn't mean anything. Either way, it doesn't matter. But I see what you're saying, and it makes some sense. Who are you talking to, Mom? Original Gangsta. OG. Yes.
In other news, I was just watching Andrew Garrett has returned to the true crime waves.
Where's he at?
He's at Forensic Frenzy, and it's just like the drunk turkey all over again, because she's getting really upset when he keeps on blowing her theories out of the water with his and he's basically saying that the law enforcement has no ability to track. They pretend like they can track cell phones. They can't. They're just not even accurate within any sort of pinpoint location based on tower data. They need GPS data in order to do that. And he's basically saying that whatever they got is just garbage.
Nice. So that's
but then again, his credibility is pretty low. I'm surprised that she had him on, because I saw her do a show with law officers of Andrew Myers, and they were ripping Andrew Garrett pretty good in that show about the inconsistencies of his claims.
Gotcha.
But
is she a Gilter channel?
She's a Gilter, yeah. Okay. I think she started out, pretending to be. Well, I shouldn't say pretending, but she started out open-minded and then decided that she felt strongly that he did it based on like sort of going with the incel theory, I think, mostly.
Gotcha. I understand. That's interesting. Well, I mean, it seems like he's kind of doing his job as much as irritating as he is, and as the fact that he's out here trying to make a name for himself. Obviously, he's going to the Gilter channels and basically telling them, "You're wrong. You're saying stupid things." So be it.
I love to see it. I absolutely love to see it, because that's what they need to hear. And then they consider him a person of authority because he's got the paperwork behind him. He's not just, they like to look at guys like me as who does that dude think he is? He's just some dude on YouTube talking. He don't know nothing, right? And they probably say the same about you and a lot of it, Sarge or whatever. But if you get a degree and a title, it's like the Wizard of Oz. They give you that piece of paper, and all of a sudden you're credible, and they'll eat the bullshit with a spoon.
Yep. And it's funny because a lot of these channels, these Gilter channels, and they swear by what they believe. They think swearing down that what they're saying is God's word, and that everybody's going to agree with them. When they bring somebody on their show that, well, I got this now, and they're going to agree, and then it's going to prove to the world. And then when they disagree with them and they look like fools, then they're a little upset. So it's interesting.
I find it mind-boggling that law tubers seem to be really heavily leaning innocent in the Karen Reed trial.
Yeah.
And a lot of these lawyers and law tube shows, even like Vinnie Politan and some of the bigger name, more really mainstream ones, they seem to be totally willing to accept that corrupt cops are trying to frame Karen Reed. Mm-hmm. But you try to tell them that anything like that's going on in the Kohberger story, and they're not having any of it. And it's like, well, I don't see how you guys don't see the parallels here. Like, right. Like I said, I'm just a dude on the internet talking, silly little me that, might not know. But it seems like it's jumping out and biting us right in the face.
Yeah.
You're seeing how the law enforcement operates, what they get away with, what they can get away with, what judges will allow in their courtrooms during trial. And for you to think that couldn't happen in Idaho, for what reason would give me a solid explanation why you think that's not happening here?
Sure. Makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. Thank you, Gay. I appreciate that. Tony said, what damaging information is in Dylan's phone that makes it exempt is the question. That's a great question, my friend. I'd like to know that myself. Is it exculpatory evidence? Is that why? That's interesting. Teresa, my experience with Adelphi for 7 years taught me a lot. There are people who have channels and tons of trolls, and they go real life. Yes, it is. It's very true. I know, Teresa. We've been there, done that. I've been there, done that a couple times. You just got to stand up and just do what you're doing. That's all you can do. But thank you for your input. I appreciate that, Teresa. So this next document, real quick, folks, is another order sealing the Exhibit S1 restates response to the defendant's 23rd supplemental request. Jesse, how many cases have you followed besides this case? Any?
In recent years, I've only followed Delphi, Karen Reed, and this case, and then maybe the Johnny Depp trial before that a little bit. The big ones, the OJ, the West Memphis 3.
Yeah.
The ones that really just jump out. If it's a pretty straightforward case, like the Gilgo Beach stuff, I mean, that just doesn't do it for me. It doesn't. I don't find it stimulating enough. It's got to have
challenge. You want a challenge, yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be just a completely crazy case.
Gotcha. So, with any of those cases you ever seen, followed, thought about, talked about, you ever seen 23 requests for discovery, sir? 23.
I've never seen a prosecution look so deceitful as even in the Karen Reed case. Everybody can agree that the prosecution looks terrible in the Karen Reed case. I still think Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings look worse than they do.
I can say it's for my mother here, it's a wicked pissa, Ma. It's a wicked pissa. But yeah, it's crazy. I've never seen anything like that. And yes, the prosecution is absolutely sideways, Jesse. And anybody else that says that they're not, come on. The judges even said, the judge put it out there and said, you're going to fix this. You did this. It says it in the document. You did this. You're going to fix this. And then we have something that comes before that, the CIRE document. There's something bigger than what we can see being covered up, and it's on the prosecution side of things. Come on. If you can't see it, there's something wrong. And what I don't understand with these guilters is how they're looking past this. What I can't see with people like Steve Gonsalves, how are you looking past this? Why are you making excuses for these things? How is this how? I just don't get it.
Well, I'm convinced a lot of them are just doing it for the money. It's just go with, like Sarge says, you find the direction it's flowing and you just jump on for the ride. And I mean, it's become quite clear. We've talked about it with Daniel, but he's not. There's a handful of them that are all the same, and they're all growing exponentially. These are all the channels that have had the highest rate of growth. Are the ones that have decided to, and the timing and everything else. And I'm not going to mention names, but I'm sure you can put two and two together who they are. But I know you've interacted with them. You've been on their panels. You've done some coordinated stuff with not just, people like Daniel. And in the beginning they were, everybody was like, hey, let's get to the bottom of this. Something's fishy here. And somewhere along the lines, they just jumped on, it can't be the evidence that's taken them there. So what is it?
Good point. Very good question too. Welcome, Elisandra Coziner. And will we talk about what? What is it that you want us to talk about, Elisandra? The title of Daniel's show was Guilters Suck. That's kind of interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Jesus.
I just want to point out that I don't think there's anything particularly wrong about choosing the guilt side if you believe that way, if that's but when I refer to guilters, I refer to the people that are targeting us and saying that, just our opinions are just disrespectful to to the general public, and everything we say is wrong, and
Yeah.
you know, which is what they told me the other day when I went into one of their streams. Is I've heard you talk. You go grab yourself 2 glasses of wine and get drunk again. I've heard everything you said. I don't agree with a damn thing you say. Well, I know I can be controversial at times, but I'm not that
really
bad.
though. Not really though. It's just they have to find something to nitpick about because they don't like what we're saying. It's so bad. They don't like it. It's so bad, Jesse, that they got to pick us apart. Now, when have you ever seen one of us truth channels or truth creators, whatever, truth people? I call us all, this is a truth community. That's what we're about, truth and justice. When have you ever seen any of us go and pick apart a guilter purposely? And no matter what they say, we're just destroying everything they're saying and talking down to them and
Well,
talking
we're pretty nice to Jeff H for some reason. You know, I know that we're a lot nicer to him than they are to us when we go there.
That's a fact. Always been nicer. Always. And I can't, first off, I can't even get a word out in a channel like that before I'm blocked. In the chat, I'll just say hi and I'll start to ask a question. You're gone. Shut up. You're a fool. You're an idiot. You're a dumbass. What?
No, I mean, I don't mind people that think that he's guilty. In fact, I encourage the debate. I'd like to,
yes,
you know, I'd like to get to the, because I think that when the facts are on your side, it should be very easy to, okay, well, let's talk this out then. How do you explain this, this, and this? And I did that, you know, after a couple bottles of wine with JB. We had a debate, and you know, he might claim that he probably claims that he won the debate, but I don't know how he could claim that because he didn't really disagree with anything I said. So,
right.
You know,
there's no winner.
Yeah, so it was very similar to his debate with Harsh. It was just a lot of agreeing, a lot of you know. There's a lot of facts out there that are pretty difficult to argue about.
Right, that's crazy. Yeah, and it's true, Teresa. Very true. Very, very, very true. Yeah. If we can find details on it and facts about it, Elistanda, of course I'll talk about it. But I've not seen anything in documents anywhere talking about it, so I don't know. It is Yanni. Wait a minute, Yanni Castilla, I think. Hello and blessings from Finland. I love your channel, and you have a very nice, intelligent guest. Keep on going, and God bless you. And thank you so much, Yanni. I think I said that right. I hope I said it right. And we appreciate you guys tuning in from all over the world, guys. It's amazing. I know that we have people now, Finland, Norway, Jesse's in Thailand. He was in Cambodia yesterday. We have people in South Africa. We have people from Japan, Germany. There was somebody in here from China at one point in time. So I love seeing the people tune in from all over the world. And that tells you something, guys. This case is world renowned. It's not just in the States. It's not just in Idaho. This is known throughout the entire world, folks. That's amazing to me. It really is. So, and of course, yes, Salem, Ohio. We know, Walt. So Australia, the UK, we have a lot of people from the UK. Australia, yes, Miss Q. I love it. I love it. Somebody said, stop saying that name. If Beetlejuice comes in here, we're in trouble, Jesse. So I guess we got to stop saying it. 3 times and it's over. So you know. Anyway. So, all right. So that document, we got through that one. That's there's, like I said, there's a lot of these ceilings, and I'm not even gonna. This is the order regarding the allocating the reserved media seating. Did you see this, Jesse? How they had this set up? It seems like they're only going to allow local, like Idaho local news channels in there. That's kind of it. I don't know if you guys
for the allocated media, and the rest you have to line up outside.
There's some kind of a weird ass like lottery thing that they're going to have, like a concert style ticket to get into this damn trial.
Really? I guess for a lot of the people that are planning on traveling there, that's going to, is Harsh going to travel there from England to get a lottery ticket? Probably not.
That would be a pisser if he came all the way from England just to get it to go to this and didn't get in. You know what I mean? That's insane. Mm-hmm. It says, I'll read it to you guys real quick. The court received 2 requests for reserved seating for representatives of the media at trial. Specifically, the court received a letter on May 28th of this year from counsel for a media collection, asking, among other things, to ensure that someone from the media is always able to be present at trial, that a seat for a pooled media member be reserved. On the 29th, the court received a separate letter from a local AP journalist asking that a pooled seat for a member, hold on, guys, I'm doing the thing again. A pooled seat for a member of text media be reserved. The asserted, that's what the problem was right there. The asserted rationale for both requests is a concern that the concert-style ticket reservation system that will be utilized might result in days when no member of the media is allocated a seat. The competing requests highlight part of the problem with reserving seats for representatives of the media. Idaho courts do not recognize who or what constitutes media indeed in today's world. There are unending people and organizations that can make a claim to being media. In addition to traditional or mainstream broadcast media, there are newspaper writers, radio, news media, independent investigative journalists, true crime podcasters, video bloggers, YouTube streamers, Instagram posters, Facebook page writers and publishers, other social media influencers found on an endless number of internet locations, as well as a plethora of other curators, commenters, and self-publishing journalists. Trying to obtain a consensus on who should be eligible to be pooled representative is impossible. Providing reserved seating for endless representatives of various media types, even assuming those within each such category could agree to whom their representative should be, would result in most all the limited available seats being spoken for, that the interested members of the general public are unable to attend, and in addition to the problem of defining the media and in getting them all to agree on the designated pooled representative, the requests for reserved seating presume a problem that almost certainly will not come to being. Specifically, it seems unlikely that any given day, every single media member, no matter how defined, fails to win a seat. Now, we know that Twiz is planning on going because he's been at every hearing, that A.R. Hayes is going. Multiple other media outlets are going. I think Lana was talking about going back. When they have one specific media outlet and in a pool, they're going to have one person go, and they're all going to feed off that person, from my understanding, but it's just who gets to go. So this is definitely going to pose a problem, you guys, in my opinion. Welcome, Rhode Island. Good to see you today. Because this place is going to be slam packed if they let everybody in. Okay. Now we also have to have the families on both sides. Bryan's family, the victims' families, they're all going, from my understanding now. I've seen that Stacy Chapin said that they may have changed their mind. Kara Kernodles, they ran a GoFundMe to get her to go. Jeff was supposed to go. Ben Mogan is planning on going, I believe. And Maddie's mom, of course, the Gonsalves family and their aunts and uncles and cousins and brothers and sisters are going. There's going to be a lot of people here, folks. Now, where do you allocate? Like, I believe the families on both sides truly should have first seating. Okay. That's just my opinion. I believe that they should all have first seating. The families of the victims first and foremost, of course. And then Bryan's family first and foremost, of course. After that, it's kind of up in the air. So is this going to turn into a thing, or are they going to be able to work this out? I wonder. I think it's kind of crazy.
It should just be first come, first serve.
That's what you would think. Yeah.
I'm struggling to decipher if they're trying to keep the YouTubers and the bloggers out, but if they're going to set aside for traditional, for News Nation and everything else, and only them. I'd rather have them just say we can't distinguish who's media, so we're not going to set aside anything for the media. It'll just be first come, first serve. That would be the most fair way to do it. If you don't think you can decipher who's media, then don't decipher that.
Yes, and what I'm worried about, Jesse, though, is that it's going to turn into an issue. People are going to start fighting over it, and he's going to shut it down, and nobody's going to be able to be in there. And they'll cut the cameras and all that, and that will piss me off. So, well,
I believe that's already happened, right? They weren't going to show it on. They weren't going to show the streams. They were going to stream the trial, and they got sued by.
They tried
by the media.
Yeah, the media said, nope, you're not going to do that. It doesn't work that way because
So I'm sure that if they try to lock out the media, they'll get that same.
well, the public
Same
has a right to
pushback.
know. He said that himself, so that's one of the big issues there. So, um, nonetheless, this case does have an unusual twist that does not present in most other cases with a lot of media attention, specifically the community most impacted by these murders, the citizens of Latah County. Also, the county financially responsible for the cost of the trial are unable to easily attend because the case was transferred to a venue hundreds of miles away. Given this, in part, addressing the broader concern for media attendance expressed in the letters to the court, one pulled seat for a member of Latah County local media of wide circulation will be reserved. The local broadcasters, newspaper, and radio journalists located in Latah and adjacent Nez Perce counties, local media must agree to a local representative to attend each day. So, they're basically going to bring in one person, maybe two, and then they're all going to feed off of this person. How that's going to work, I don't know. I don't know if they've done this before. That's what the pool thing is all about, and hopefully it works and there's no disagreements or issues. But I hope it doesn't mean that they're going to lock people out or shut this down and cause more bullshit with this. So I don't know. Anyway, that's all this really is stating, you guys. Welcome, Kane. Good to see you, bud.
Jesse's very happy to see Kane on the panel.
What's up? How you doing?
Let me go down. Let's see what else we got. Document.
You haven't made it until you speak yourself in the third person, right, Jesse?
That's right. You know, you made the big time when you can refer to yourself in third person.
Should I start doing that too? Dago's happy to see you, Kane. Dago's very happy to have you here today.
Kane's very happy to be here.
And Dago is very happy to have Jesse here as well, and all of the community here for Dago. We love that. We should all start doing that and see what happens. Everybody will think we're insane.
The sauce is a safe place.
Yes, it is. Always safe. Miss Cat Lady's in the house. Good to see you, Cat Lady. Thank you for joining us. King Christopher, you.
Well, Kane, what say you? You got any hot info for us? Any leads on the green car?
I'm just excited for these documents. Are we done reading them? We got through one, right?
I'm not a real big document guy.
I am. Good to see you.
I might be dyslexic or something.
Yeah.
No, these are just a lot of these are sealings. The thing that's more important to me are the subpoenas that have bopped, and I guess there's not just in Pennsylvania. They're dropping in Washington, and other places too. That's what's more interesting to me today.
All these people that are close to Bryan getting subpoenaed to testify, and then there's speculation. Jules seems convinced it's defense witnesses, but then Daniel seems convinced it's character assassination of the prosecution.
Dago, did you say I might have missed it? Did you say that you looked up who the people were that were named in the subpoenas? What they're
I didn't, but what I said was earlier when I first loaded in was that I said, how many of you guys in here, when you got the names, started Googling them immediately is what I said. I didn't do it yet, but did you?
I haven't yet. No, I did 4 hours on my show, and then Meg dropped that, and then I came over to talk to you guys, which was quite a show last night.
No, it was fine. It was a good time. I wish Jesse would have joined us last night, but I know he wasn't feeling it. I get it.
I was there. I mean, I was in the chat. I was. I just didn't want to go on camera because I was in a bit of rough shape.
You know what? I've never been disrespectful, but it's starting to get to the point where it's hard not to be because he says such stupid things. Why in the hell would the prosecution go and grab people from Pennsylvania that know him, that went to school with him, to bring them in to testify on him? That makes no sense to me. Like, some of the things that are stated are dumb. He thinks everything is for the prosecution. Everything's about the prosecution. You're full of shit. Get past yourself. Get over yourself.
Well, that's why I absolutely loved breaking down that interview with Andrew Garrett.
Yeah.
It was just, it was exactly what he deserves, right? To get this big time expert on his show to tell us how guilty Bryan is, only to have the expert throw everything right back in his face and say, actually, no, you're wrong about this and this and this and that.
Agreed.
And just see his face go white, like, oh man, this
Yeah, I mean
It's like somebody.
they have a car dealer, they have a gym owner, they have just people like that. So what good is that going to do to the prosecution? It's so stupid. I swear to God, it's so stupid. Welcome, Alberico Michelle.
It
Welcome.
almost sounds to me like they're going to bring people in that are going to say he's not physically capable of taking on multiple people because he's just not that strong, or
Could be.
he, you know, maybe he's a poor driver or a very slow and cautious driver who you know, does double shoulder checks and drives like he's 80 years old. I don't know. But it sounds like a bunch of people are just going to say you got the wrong guy because of this.
It makes perfect sense. It does.
Because the other thing is, again, I'm not a lawyer, but if you brought in people to say he's a bad guy, is that even relevant? Like, are you even allowed to do that? You can't say, oh yeah, I went to school with him. He stole my lunch in the 3rd grade. He's guilty. You know, like there is a burden that needs to be met. If it's prosecution witnesses that are attacking his character, it has to be relevant, right?
It does. I got something else to show you too. Angel D, good to see you. I don't know Angel. I haven't seen him. London Storm, welcome. I don't know if anybody saw this document yet out of Nevada. If anybody's interested. Okay. Detailed case information. CV, civil. This is a civil case. That's what the CV stands for. State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger. GC, other civil matters pending active. Judge Scott Freeman. Interested party, Bethany Grace Funky. Plaintiff, State of Idaho. Attorney, Evelyn Grosnick, or Grosnick, whatever. And then the defendant is Bryan Kohberger. Well, isn't this interesting?
So Bethany's suing Bryan civilly for money.
Anybody? Anybody? Come on now.
I mean, is that what's happening here? It's like the OJ.
It's a civil case. Okay.
It's like when OJ was not guilty, they found him guilty in civil trial, and he had to pay a bunch of money to the Goldmans, right? That's this. That's what this is, isn't it?
I mean, it looks like it to me. She's listed as the interested party,
and but Bryan has no money.
The plaintiff is the state of Idaho, and then Bryan's the defendant. This is strange. Very strange. I don't know. Kane, thoughts?
Douglas Outlaw from Backwood Beats and Outlaw Rhythms earlier was saying that there's another case in Washington, and I assume state, where Bryan is being listed as a witness in an SA case. He just said that a little while ago. I haven't seen the document.
It's a summons, Heather said. Sorry, guys. I'm not real keen on documents myself, so I'm just learning. This is new to me. The docket description is listed as it was filed May 8th. Order granting on the 8th. Document issued by the court on May 1st. Proof of electronic service on the 1st. Request for foreign subpoena on the 1st. And that's all it says down here. So,
but it's a civil thing, right? So
Tomboy said it's a subpoena, and I think Lucy said it's a subpoena too.
So is it just a subpoena to have Bethany testify via Zoom or something?
It's a civil though. It's listed civil. Is she trying to? Well, the way they write these is what has me screwed up, you guys. That's the problem. Okay. Bethany would be suing on her behalf, not the state of Idaho. That's what I thought. That's why that doesn't make sense.
We've got another judge, a different judge. So I mean,
Heather keeps saying it's a summons, out of state summons for the trial, right? The writing on it is what it is, guys. That's what screws all of us up, the way it's written. Hey, Vintage Violet, good to see you. So they've subpoenaed Bethany. There's that. Out of Nevada. We know she's in Nevada, so. And Tara said, remember, Ann said she's having trouble getting people to testify. It's a good point. Yeah, she is. She is. Interesting, though. Just showing you guys what we got here. All right, guys. So is Bethany's father the lawyer or is it Dylan's father? Bethany's stepmother is an attorney. Ginger. Yeah. Bethany's mother is an attorney. So anyway, there's her subpoena. Let me see. What else do we have here? I got a few. Where did I put them at though? Hold on. Just 1 minute. Thank you, Tomboy, for dropping that, by the way. Hold on. I gotta find these. They're back here a little bit further. That's a big glass. I just dropped a link in here last night. Whitman County. And then we got, hang on. Yeah, Adams County Superior Court. Criminal charge in Adams County filed on May 23rd. Okay. So it appears that, okay, yeah, here we go. I'll show you guys this so we can get through that part of it too. It appears that the criminal filing is a summons for a witness to appear in Idaho from out of state. The civil ones come up as miscellaneous civil, so sounds like this involves the summons for witnesses possibly, but why would it be listed under civil with BK as the plaintiff? That's how they're doing all these, it seems to be. The PA ones were floating around on Facebook earlier today, handful of people listed, so on and so forth. So they're coming out of Washington, Nevada, Pennsylvania. These are all out of state, obviously, even though Washington's right there. So these witnesses or these subpoenas for witnesses are all over the place. So they're bringing people in left and right. I gotta say, it looks like to me Anne's on point with what she's doing. Like she's pushing forward, guys.
Well, where do we stand with removing the death penalty? Because it seems like they're gearing up for the trial, and you know, I do think that if Hitler just denies the motion to continue, it's going to be we might as well just.
If he denies the motion to continue, I think she's going to say, okay, Your Honor, if you're not going to do that, then are you willing to take the death penalty off the table, considering what just happened with Dateline? That would be my
I think it's got to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Right.
That's what I meant. I'm sure she's willing to make that trade if that's a deal that can, but if without a deal and he just flat refuses to continue, I mean, it's got appeal written all over it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, now we're just pissing into the wind with the trial.
Just to clarify, so you guys don't get confused, the subpoena I showed you for Bethany out of Nevada, that was done by the defense, not the prosecution, just so everybody knows. So there's that again. I just want to make sure everybody has everything right. State of Idaho versus Bryan. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Tomboy. All right.
That's why this one's a surprise to me, because they had talked about bringing in hundreds of witnesses from Pennsylvania to testify to Bryan's character from the prosecution. Mm-hmm. And then we haven't seen anything on that. But that was only for the penalty phase to convince the jury that he's a terrible person, that he's been a terrible person all along.
Well, that's not legal, though. I mean, as far as I understand, that's one of the things that got Harvey Weinstein to have his case looked at for an appeal, because of attacks on his character that weren't relevant to the case. Like, if somebody could come and say, well, he threatened me with a knife, okay. But if he stole your lunch or cheated at poker or, did drugs, if there's no relevance there to the crime, I just don't think you're allowed to parade people in and let them talk bad about them unless it's directly related and has relevance to motive and fits the crime.
Right. Good point. Ginger, I said that last night. I was telling Twiz and Sarge last night before Kane popped up there and Twiz was saying that he feels like a lot of the evidence can be used in favor of Bryan during this trial. And I feel like the Dateline episode possibly could be used in favor of Bryan because, in a sense, the Dateline episode proves, one, Bryan's not an incel. Two, he's pretty normal. And the things that they're showing out here, trying to point out and say that, he's crazy, he's a weirdo, he's this, he's that. They're absolutely normal things, folks. And that, in turn, in my opinion, if the defense uses it the right way, can be shown to the jury to say, look, he did have a woman that he was sought after, and he denied that. He was trying to hook up with different people. He was handing out his phone number to people. He was doing all these normal things that completely does prove that he doesn't hate women, that he's not an incel, and all these other things. So I think it could be used in his benefit, in my opinion. Just saying.
Well, you better believe that all those people that they interviewed for Dateline would have talked to them for hours, and there's probably a lot of stuff they said that would have been positive for Bryan, and that would have been immediately clipped right out of there, right? In particular, that one girl, the pool party girl, I just didn't find her a negative at all. I mean, she made it seem like, oh, it's lucky that I didn't go out on a date with him because he turned out to be a killer, which fair enough. But she didn't call him a creep. She didn't say this guy was harassing me. Nope. She said that I gave him my number right away because why wouldn't I? And I just didn't get around. She didn't get around to it, right? It wasn't that
the universe got in the way,
or
That's what Morrison said. He added after she finished talking that by divine providence she didn't pursue that text or whatever.
Well, the other thing is she at one point said, well, his language was weird because it sounded too formal. Now, you listen to her say that and you kind of think, come on, you're being a bit of a bitch if you're gonna if you're picking at little things by saying his language.
Coffee, Jesse.
But you could envision being interviewed and they're asking her, well, what did you think about Bryan? And her going, oh, he was a nice guy. Oh yeah, he was normal. And she could be saying all positive things, and they could keep on hitting her with, is there something that stood out about him? There must have been something odd about him, and just keep on hammering her until she says something. And that's all because that's what they would do, right? They're not going to just take if she just says there's nothing sinister about Bryan, they can't use that. That's absolutely useless to them. They got to keep on hitting her with, come on, give us something. And that's all they could get out of her. That kind of says something in itself.
We know from the Dark One, Lucy Morningstar there, from the Gonzalez interviews, that so much stuff hits the cutting room floor, and there's all kinds of hot mic moments. And so a lot of it could very well be taken out of the context. Here's my thought right now is I think everything that we're seeing as far as Dateline and all of these distractions is that the prosecution is just absolutely in desperation mode. And
that's my thought too.
I'm feeling like maybe, and then it's a very hopeful position that Anne is starting to fire the missiles, and the shots are coming out, and we're seeing it happen right before our eyes. And it's like you said, Dago, we've waited 2 years for these moments that we're having right now.
And it's going to keep coming. It's going to keep coming.
It's a very ASMR moment every time we see something where, well, that proves that they were lying, or they're, and so we all collectively share that. When you have people like the one who will remain unnamed, I guess, continuing to be such a part of the community, yet failing to acknowledge missteps and lies, it has to make you wonder what ticket they're on or who's paying them or whatever.
Hold on 1 second. No disrespect, King. Tara, if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here, okay? There's no reason to be rude. I clearly stated I don't understand some of these documents. I'm learning as I go, okay? And I said that right out of the gate. I don't understand them. I'm trying to learn as we go. So without being rude, maybe you could just explain the shit instead of being the way you're being about it. And that's all you got to do. Because I've never been rude to you nor anybody else, and I won't do it. But making comments like, because some of us understand documents and blah, blah, blah. Well, good for you. Then read them, okay? Or explain it instead of being rude and nasty when you're in somebody else's channel. That's all I'm saying. My apologies for coming off that way, guys, but I'm just tired of people being nasty to other people. There's no call for any of that rudeness. So anyway, sorry to interrupt, Kane. Go ahead.
Wow, I missed whatever happened, but I finished my thought there. I think that it's all desperate acts, and the best we can hope for is she's ready to do that magic trick and pull the rug right out from under him. And
I will say that a lot of people have been criticizing Anne the last several months. A lot of people have been criticizing Anne and saying, Bryan's going to go get sold up the river because he doesn't have a high-paying attorney. And I've always kept the open mind that, she might just be slow playing her hand. She's shown. I've been sort of on the fence. Like there's times where she looks just scared of Hitler. She looks like a
comes
mouse.
off like a meek mouse sometimes.
Yeah, a meek mouse, exactly like that. But it also, I've seen enough women in my life play their hands slow like that, come back to bite you later on. That could be what's happening here. And as you said, a lot of indications are that she's been slow playing her hand and she's ready to push those chips in right now. And now let's see who's got the nuts, so to speak.
And that's what I was getting ready to say, Teresa. And sorry to interrupt you guys. And again, I've never seen out-of-state subpoenas like this before. That's the first time. That other document with Bethany, I had no idea what that was. That was just sent to me. It was told to me what it was. That's fine. But I don't understand the writing on it, the verbiage on it as to why it's like that. So in turn, I don't understand. And I'm never rude to anybody. So there's no reason to make ignorant comments like that. When somebody's clearly telling you, I don't get this. I'm sorry, folks. I'm trying to explain it. That's all I can do. And to come back like that just makes no sense. So again, if you don't want to be here, I understand. It's not going to break my heart. Okay. I totally understand. I love everybody that's here and appreciate everybody that's here. And I'm not being rude to anybody else. So please don't be rude to me. I'm trying my best with this. So anyway, and I sorry to interrupt you two again. My apologies.
Yeah, I think that she has poised herself like a cat with a mouse, and she's given them just enough rope to hang themselves with. And at this point, she's going to start moving the pieces, and this could be what we're seeing. And she's held her cards very close to her chest, and it, like Jesse was saying, it's made us all doubt her at some point or another. Jules has said it many
which, if that's
times
the way
also
she was
as well.
playing it, she's playing it to a perfection, right? That's what she wants us to think, right? Listen, this broad doesn't know what she's doing. That's what she wants us to say.
Underestimate her, sure. Well, I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, you're good. You're good. I had some thought. It just slipped my head. You made a good point, though. It'll come back to me in a second. Always does.
I've said for a couple years, but most recently I've said that I believe, at least this is my feelings and my thoughts on this, that Ann Taylor will not do something unless she knows the outcome already. She's not going to ask a question unless she knows what that answer is going to be, as we saw when she had Payne on the stand. And she's not going to put forth any effort into anything without knowing what that outcome is going to be, like I said. So in turn, like Kane said, and I've been saying, we've been waiting 2.5 years for this. Here it is. This is what she's doing. I said for a long time, she's got some, whatever it is. I'm not an attorney. I know some people think I'm dumb, but I do see things for what they are. And the best that I can. I don't have a law degree. I don't do this. I've just learned what I've learned from doing this. But what I can clearly see is that she's doing a hell of a job. And I think this is where we're about to get the home runs knocked out of the park here. So just saying.
I certainly think when that motion to continuance came out, it was an indication that to what Kane was alluding to is you could see that had been, when that came out, it wasn't like, oh, they wrote that over the weekend after the Dateline thing came out. That was obviously in the works for a long time. Everybody on both sides of the argument, Gilters as well, acknowledged that. And that was always part of the plan. And the Dateline thing was just icing on the cake, more playing right into her hand, right? And when that came out, it gave me a lot more confidence. Like, hey, this is, the bullets are starting to fly for real now. Well,
it's obvious. Like I'm sure you both can agree, the prosecution is crumbling. Obviously, this started 2 months ago. the things, little pieces started falling off little by little by little by little. And it seems to me like she was standing back watching, saying, okay, it's time. Here we go. And that just pushed it forward. When you're trying to tear something apart, you're trying to break something down, you wait till a piece falls off and then you push it and let it go down, period. Okay. And that's what's been happening, in my opinion. That's what I'm seeing. Can you agree or disagree? Or say nothing at all? It's up to you guys.
I think it was Tara that said Ann's pushing poop uphill. That's pretty funny. But it goes back to what everybody was saying about a year into this case, where why isn't Kohberger standing on top of the building screaming, "I'm innocent"? Because you don't do it that way.
You have to.
You keep quiet. You build your case. You let the more, that's why you have 2 ears and one mouth, right? Because the more people talk, the deeper that they dig themselves a lot of times. And I feel that with Hurwitz coming in here, it's a last minute ditch effort to try and recoup some kind of credibility.
Yes.
Look at Karen Reed. I mean, look, all the parallels to the Karen Reed trial and the Delphi trial are enormous, if you ask me. And people say, yes, screaming at the top of rooftops. Well, Karen Reed had the platform. She tried to scream at the top of rooftops. And what did it get her? They're playing clips that if she doesn't get off on these charges, it's going to be those interviews that undid her. I still think she's probably going to win. But with some of these jurors, you never know. That interview with that Karen Reed juror still is, it would scare the living daylights out of me to be tried by people like that.
Juries are dumb.
Yes, I can agree. I mean, I don't see how anybody can think Ann's pushing shit uphill. Come on. Like, everything I think she's done has made perfect sense thus far, and it shows in the actions that are happening. I'll be honest. Twist said something last night that caught my attention. He's been in all these hearings, I think every hearing since Hitler took over. And he said, personally, he doesn't see what everybody sees with Hitler. He thinks he's doing okay with it. He goes, and now, after what I saw happen with the Dateline thing, we saw he kind of reacted a way that none of us liked with the Cy Ray situation. Hey, Stevie, good to see you, bud. But it is what it is. See, Twist says he doesn't see all that stuff, and I get it. Everybody sees things differently, and I respect that too. The thing is I think that now, since these things have happened, he's starting to look at the defense in a different way than he was, in my opinion. Okay? As if kind of to say, like, well, maybe what's going on here? Why is this happening? Why is that happening? This is not normal. And this is what I think about him. This man's not going to let this come back on him. There's no way in hell, because people are going to look at him like he's a fool. If this all breaks down like this and there's prosecutorial misconduct and there's a bunch of dumb shit going on in the background, he's not going to let that make him look bad. So he's got to step up at some point and say, okay, that's enough. You're going to make this, do it this right way, or you're not going to do this at all.
Well, I mean, look at what he said about Cy Ray. He called him a conspiracy theorist for alleging prosecutorial misconduct. So when prosecutorial misconduct happens in plain sight for everybody to see, he probably is well aware that he owes Mr. Cy Ray an apology, or the notion that that's a conspiracy theory, that it could even happen in his court, has just been blown out of the water, and he's well aware of it, and we're all well aware of it. And maybe he's just honorable enough and smart enough to realize it, and he's now, maybe he was terrible before, but this has been a wake-up call for him.
That's what I mean. Thank you, Jesse. That's exactly what I'm saying. Now he sees this after that whole situation happened and says, okay, no. Okay, I get it. Because it kind of seemed in the last hearing that he was kind of a little more, maybe I'm seeing things, maybe it's wishful thinking, and I'm sure that'll be called what it is from coming from me, but it seemed like he was kind of favoring the defense just a little bit more than he had previously, okay? And kind of paying a little more attention to her. That's just my opinion. And I can't wait. I want to see what happens with this Cy Ray stuff, if anything, after all this has gone down now. I'm expecting there to be some kind of a recovery on that, maybe. Mm-hmm. Whether it actually happens, we don't know. But that's kind of my feeling, is to now that this has gone down, is he going to go back and go, you know what? I don't see him ever verbally apologizing to Cy Ray, but maybe something will provoke, or you'll see an action take place that will show that. Yeah, Missy or Miss Q. He was humbled in a sense. That's the best way to put it, folks. So
I would like to strongly suggest to all, Kane yourself as well. I don't know how deeply you've dug into the Andrew Garrett stuff, but I think that's significant. There's some significance there because Andrew Garrett's basically competition for Cy-Ray. They're in the same field of work, and he's going around talking on all these podcasts, and he's talking about what he thinks Cy-Ray's got, what he's going to do. He's also spewing out all this stuff, and it's the fact that he's saying what he's saying and who he's saying it to and how he's saying it, and then you line up the different interviews from the first one with Forensic Frenzy all the way to the just today he did another one, and then the one with Daniel. You can see some inconsistencies in his story. What seems to be consistent though is he claims to be like the god. He's the god of forensic. What do you call it? Telephone forensic, mobile forensic, whatever that stuff is. Cell phone expert, basically, right. I guess. He claims to have caught Bin Laden and these kind of bullshit.
Right.
And he knows more than everybody else. But one thing that he consistently says is law enforcement is like 10 years behind. And when they come out with court documents saying we can pinpoint a guy's location, it's just not scientifically sound. They can't, and they're lying, and their methodology is all screwed up. And often they rely on things like AI programs that they just punch some information into, and it spits out some stuff, and it's not actually verified by cellular engineers the right way by doing drive tests and vetting the information that and the conclusions that you're coming to. You're just spitting out stuff and then trying to convict people based on that. And I find that extremely compelling because it sort of feels like that's what they might be doing is the computer spit out the name Bryan Kohberger and here we go.
Good luck getting that apology, Dago, from Judge Ipler to Cy-Ray.
It ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
But let's just look at it this way, bro. It's like we were just talking about. 23 requests for discovery, and I realize that most part of it's from Judge John Judd, and we've moved on. But literally, there are no consequences and repercussions for the prosecution. And he can act angry. I can act all day. It's how you react.
Yeah.
And if he's going to be upset, where's the big dig to find the people that are responsible for this leak? And where is, the punishment? It's slow coming. It's literally like molasses. It's like Idaho syrup.
Yeah.
That you're going to get any kind of prosecutorial, and in the end, they're going to have that thing that excuses them, whatever it is. The term.
I know what you're talking about. I can't think of it either. Hey, Ro.
So yeah, and so what was
keep going, Kane. I gotta step away to grab my drink. I can still hear you guys. Keep talking. I'll be right back.
I lost my train of thought. And Jesse stepped away too. Now it's on me. So hi everybody, welcome to the Dago Sauce. Nice to see everybody. SRB in the house. Alyssa. He has told us over and over and over again, and Jesse said it earlier that he is literally taking the job as J. Rod on Point always says. He's doing the job of the prosecution. He's not showing his he's not hiding his allegiances. And if Ashley Jennings was in my courtroom, she would be getting knocked around like a cat playing with a mouse. Once again, use that analogy. But the mistakes that she makes, and he just straight overlooks it. What was the thing I had? Okay, so as far as the technology goes with this case and with Stingray and all these other kind of things, you have you have, yes, law enforcement is 10 years out to date, but guess what? Military technology is secret. It's cutting edge. They use it in hostage and war situations. And then when they've advanced again and they moved on, they give what they used to law enforcement. And so law enforcement is 10 years way ahead of what the public thinks of that. So by the time we see Stingray, they've already got, Ultra Ray and Mega Ray and all that. I know I forgot the name. And so a thing, I think Dago was talking about the case of the three sisters in Wenatchee that were taken by their dad or the Decker guy. They talked about a Spillman Motorola device that's like OnStar. And then you had something that I'd never heard of before, and Jesse might have some insight on this, is the Flock system of cameras. Now, I've heard of license plate readers and face recognition. I've never heard of the Flock system that they used to track this Derek guy in Wenatchee. So it was used in town. It was used on the freeways. So I don't know if that was a slip up. Now back to Garrett, and I wish I could see Jesse's face when I say this right now. Is Garrett, to me, seems like a spoiled rich kid. He talks about, and it's like I used to play guitar. I used to play guitar with this kid, and he always got the latest equipment. I don't know what Jesse was doing. He always got the, Lemus guitar and everything, but he couldn't play a whole song all the way through. He's a great guitarist now. He plays in a band. That's besides the point. But that's the kind of mentality that Garrett brings out. It's like, oh, well, we have the dinner. And it's almost like they are punching it into AI, Dago.
Oh yeah.
When you say, did you catch my dissertation there?
I didn't hear the end of it. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I got back to the Garrett thing that Jesse brought up, and I was saying he comes across as a spoiled rich kid that just is dependent on technology, whereas I keep getting back to the basics. What's up there, JJ? I get back to the basics of, if you're a detective, there's three of the kingpin things: motive, means, and weapon. Those, and then you have the study of forensics, which is not just taking fingerprints and shoe prints and tire marks that have been there for 6 months. It's also observation, and people are born with it. I don't have like the keen powers of observation. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was the one who invented forensic science. He's credited with it. He taught Scotland Yard how to observe crime scenes, and that is clearly something that has lost. It's like the TV generation of cops right now. We have, it's all digitally dependent. That's what Garrett reminds me of.
Yeah, he's like an adult spoiled child that it's just all about, like, look at me. You see me? Pay attention to me, Mom. I'm right here.
Mm-hmm. I would even go as far as to say sociopath. Yeah. Definitely, I see the spoiled kid in him, but I almost think it's worse. There's something there that's like not right. Like, if you're on a stream, I mean, some people have picked up on it right away. I know Andrew Myers was highly critical of the way he was talking, but
there's a definite attachment there.
After you see him on 3 or 4 interviews, and then you compare them, and he comes out, he drops the same names and drops the same story. He's got this shtick that he just tries to make it sound like it's just coming out now. Oh, by the way, did I mention I was friends with Warren Buffett? And they live just down the road from me. I live near Warren Buffett.
It's all bragging.
I love the name drop.
And I mean, like, if you're going to name drop like Warren Buffett, or like I play golf with President Clinton, that's another psychopath I know says that all the time. It's like, you don't think people, like, you got to be some kind of crazy to not realize that everybody's listening to you right now thinking, who is this douchebag? Like, what the hell?
You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Just like he was like, well, I didn't really have time for Idaho. I'm too busy doing this and shoving my head up Bin Laden's ass and doing that and doing. It's like, what are you talking about?
So that story has changed in all of his interviews. The first interview, he talked to the defense on the phone, and they didn't have enough money to hire him, and he was too busy. The second interview, he just turned them down. So what one story is they didn't have enough money to pay him. Then he turned them down. And then the last one was, can I say I'm friends with Jesse Schul? You sure can. But his story about how he became not involved in the case has changed in every interview he's done. Yeah. So he's clearly lying about that.
Nice catch, Jesse. Nice catch. I think at one point, the only really, I'll be honest with you, is a little bit of the forensic frenzy and some of the drunk chicken of the interviews with Garrett. Those are just the impressions that I got. But I think I remember at one point with forensic frenzy, at least, that it just devolved into how much the equipment cost.
Yeah.
It wasn't about, how accurate it is, or it's just, we spent $16 million on this and right. And, am I supposed to be impressed by these facts, or coffee's kicking in? Or are you going to give us some real insight? And so
didn't he in one interview, he claimed that it was like $16 million, but he just talked them into just letting him use it for free.
Yeah.
Right.
They wanted $16 million, but after they talked to me, they just gave it to me for free.
They handed it right over. It's no big deal because I'm
a little rich kid.
Yeah, me and Trump hang out over here, and yeah, I mean, come on, this dude is a douche. That's it. There's no way about it. He's a douche.
But one thing that might have some significance though is when he first talked to Forensic Frenzy, he was throwing Cy under the bus pretty good. I felt.
Yeah, you're trying.
Cy doesn't know his shit. Cy's a snake oil salesman, kind of. That was his story, and I think that's what got him on Drunk Turkey. Because Drunk Turkey really wanted Andrew Garrett to come on there and throw Cy under the bus. Yep. But he goes on Drunk Turkey and says, yes, Cy got he's got all the FBI's secrets, and he's threatening to dump him in the streets. Yep. And he says, I know Cy. I know he's got what he says he's got. So I mean, he went from throwing him under the bus to admitting that Cy does have the.
And it was funny because Daniel was like, so can you tell me how this and that? And he starts going into it, and you can see, thank God that the sunglasses are on, because you could see his face drop, like, and he starts going, yep. And he was clearly irritated at that point. So it kind of backfired, in my opinion, and that's what it was. But then in between all that, all you hear is, I did this and I do that, and this is me and that's me, and me.
I don't know how many names he dropped a good
quite a few,
8 to 10 names in his interview with Daniel, and I think a lot of that stuff is stuff that he makes a point of mentioning every single time he does an interview.
It sounds like he's got a little list, I think, Jesse, that he just kind of looks okay.
Yeah. It starts with Bin Laden. But he warms it up with Bin Laden. And
I don't have time for this case. And me and Johnny Cochran had coffee 3 times with OJ's case. But I told him, I gave Johnny the tools he needed to find OJ innocent. I'm telling you guys, I mean, that's the way this guy presents himself. And
the funny thing is, in the same conversation, he says he'll fly anywhere in the world with his equipment for like $6,000 or $7,000, which, I mean, obviously you're flying coach because a first class ticket would cost $6,000 or $7,000.
Thank you.
So, I'm thinking, even doing what I do for a living, I'm not flying anywhere in the world for $6,000. There's just with no equipment,
Yeah, that makes no sense. I mean, it's just such an inside out conversation. The guy is obviously ADHD. That's just factual information. Facts. You can see it right there. He doesn't know how to stop himself when he starts talking, and that's that's a bad thing. And in that business, sorry, guy, but nobody's going to look at you with any form of seriousness. They're not going to take you serious ever in your life as you continue to be this person. I'm sorry. So
when you talk about his appearance, when you talk about his appearance on Drunk Turkeys, when he said the cell phone data does not show the distance a person is from the tower.
Right.
And that's like one of those YouTube moments where it's like the moment somebody died inside, right there, you can just, it's like you said, the blood just rushed out of his head. And he's
then you can hear him. Well, but he had Bryan's phone. That's important. He's got Bryan's phone. So that's nope, you're lost. You can't catch it now, bud. Yeah, I agree, Moonbill. I don't think that he bothers, or nor anybody. Cy has the credentials he has for a reason. He has the background he has, and he's got class as compared to that fool, in my opinion.
Cy Ray is to Idaho 4 what the Crash Daddies are to Karen Reed, and Andrew Garrett is Trooper Paul.
That's a good way to put that. I love it.
I think that at one point we had hoped for, if not a battle between Cy Ray and Court and Garrett, but also with Balance.
There is no battle though, Kane. You know that.
There's not a winning battle for them. So instead of bringing in Balance and Garrett, they brought in Horowitz.
Yeah. Yep.
And
we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Well, it's so funny that you have so many district attorneys involved, in one shape or another. Like I was saying with Showalter's uncle last night, if you remember. It's just, and then also, you have Mortensen's mom's an attorney. And I don't, it seems to me that even Hippler, like a lot of people say, doesn't want to be there. And it's, I feel like sometimes when he's putting his hands in his heads like that he's literally just like, I can't believe I actually have to say this. They're making me do it. He's another elected official. And when people put pressure on you, you have to comply in those positions.
And he didn't want it. He didn't want the case. He said that in the very beginning. I didn't want this. I didn't want to be here, but I am. So we need to do this right way, blah, 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 whatever. And I agree with you on that aspect. So
there's a lot of judges in Ada County. You have to wonder why they selected him with no DP experience whatsoever. And
wasn't he doing like medical malpractice suits before this or something like that?
I think I heard something like that. He's been on the bench a while.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Hey, JJ, why don't you hop up here for a hot minute? That's Operation GCD Podcast is JJ Vance. If you guys want to have him up to talk, he's got some great points to make. Always, he's I always,
my door's open. Anybody that wants to join us and express themselves, what it's all about.
He's a busy guy lately.
Even Jeff H.
Shh.
Jeff H.
That's one.
He doesn't want to hear that.
That's one. So real quick, guys, let's pop through some of this while we're waiting on this. If you want to join me, you're welcome to join us. Please do. So here we have, I think there's 5 of these that dropped out of Pennsylvania, folks. This is one of the first, Brandon Andriola. Okay. And it says they announced 6th day of June, order issued on June 5th of 25. Is hereby amended to correct the name in the first paragraph of the order from Michelle Bulger to Brandon Andriola. This is a summons for witness to testify in the Idaho criminal proceedings, guys. And there's going to be I believe there's a hearing that they're having in PA, Monroe County, on the 30th of this month. One thing Tara was bringing that up. I didn't get a chance to get to it. But saying that Ann Taylor did state that she's having trouble getting people to talk to her. We know that. Is that what this is? Is this why they had to subpoena these people, so on and so forth? And I was going to get to that point, but like I said, I didn't get to that at that point in time yet. So anyway, so I believe that's why they're doing this, because the subpoena, we all know they can be held in contempt. They're also offering, I believe, from one of the documents I saw, $100 to each of these people. I don't know what that means, but so Brandon Andriola, I don't know who he is, guys. I haven't had a chance to look these people up yet, but this is one of the witnesses that's being brought in by the defense. And I think, this was, wait a minute, how is that possible? Is this a new document? It is. Okay. So this is not the one from yesterday, because today's the 6th. Those documents dropped yesterday, I believe. That's weird. Anyway, on we go. So that's the first one, the first name. I'm sure people are going to take it, write it down, and run to check them out. Sorry. On we go. One second here.
Yeah, if you do look something up, please share it with us. I'd be very interested to hear some of the backgrounds of these people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I tried to Google that Brandon Andriola guy, and
so there was initially one. Yeah, they brought one in on the 4th for Brandon, and they just redid the document because they had that Michelle Bulger name on part of the document and Brandon's on the other. I get it now. Okay. So they just redid that document today. Okay, we also have Ann Parham. If you guys can see it, if I need to blow it up a little bit bigger, maybe. There we go. Hang on. And this is, again, another summons to testify in the Idaho criminal case. And I believe all these people are going to be, they're having that meeting in Monroe County on the 30th, I believe. So there's another one, Ann Parham. All right.
Maybe a teacher from DeSales?
Could be. Yes. We have Ralph Vecchio to attend and testify.
That sounds like a used car salesman.
It does too, doesn't it? It really does.
Well, I heard teacher, boxing gym guy, used car salesman.
Yes.
So I'm trying to tick boxes.
Yeah. Good point, Jesse. We also have scheduling
I think
order.
Hitler was a timeshare attorney previously.
Was he really?
I'm just kidding.
It would make sense. That'd be funny, though. Hey, Beach Babe, good to see you. Twiz is not here as of yet that I can see.
Twiz is over at Sarge's right now.
Sarge is live?
What's going on with JJ Vance? Is he too good for us?
I said, he's busy. He's pretty much booked, like
hanging out with,
wall to wall.
Warren Buffett.
But I'd love to have him up here. Yeah, no, good point, Jesse. Kane's not happy right now.
If he's in here, he's welcome to join me. Please do.
Don't piss Jesse off, JJ.
I'm busy. Good to see you.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No worries. Next up, we also have Jesse Harris. Another Jesse here.
Yeah, that's the boxing gym guy.
That's got to be the boxing guy. Sure. There you go.
This is all Pennsylvania so far, right?
Yeah, this is all PA. Let me see. I'm surprised Sarge went live this early. He usually doesn't.
No, I was too, especially, yeah.
I
don't know
Sergeant
if he's still
finished
going.
now.
Is he done? Okay, yeah, he was going.
Maybe he'll come in here
when I came over. No, but I think what you might have said it yourself the other day, Dago, is that with Ann Taylor, there doesn't seem to be a sense of urgency. But if you transfer that over to the surviving roommates, the victims, whatever, there is no sense of urgency to make any effort to get into this case to bring justice for their friends that they were lost. It's a clear avoidance of everything. They've pushed back at every step of the way. And it looks like they had to have another subpoena just to get Bethany there.
Yeah. And nobody wants to go back. Nobody wants to be there. Nobody wants to go back. Nobody wants to talk to her.
We still didn't properly dig into that Ashlyn Couch and why she left and what her role in this is, because that thing stunk to high heaven as well.
Thank you for bringing that up, because it was something I meant to talk about before. Why did we hear for 2.5 years I know this is a little off subject, but we're talking about it all anyway. It doesn't matter. And now that Kane's in here, I would like his opinion too. 2.5 years, we hear about how close Maddie and Kaylee are. Best of friends, grew up together, lived together. I mean, Maddie's treated like a daughter in the Gonzalez household, so on and so forth. And then when Dayline drops, all of a sudden, Ashlyn Couch is Maddie's best friend and has been forever. Right? And they grew up together, and then this and that and everything. Where the hell did that come from?
I noticed that, but I didn't think it in my brain hole like thought. Like you put that eloquently. That's very good, sir.
Why did that happen, and why now? You know.
Yeah, it's troubling, to say the least. Wow.
It's a strange thing, Jesse. You know, I don't know how long you were around Kane before recently, but Jesse, you know from the beginning that Maddie and Kaylee and Maddie and Kaylee and Maddie and Kaylee.
Well, and we heard nothing about this fight, right? That came out years later. That they were engaged in a big 6-month-long fight right before this happened. And clearly, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it if that fight was Ashlyn was, front and center in that too, especially if they're supposed to be co-best friends.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Lana had dug up Ashlyn's name as a roommate, but it was sort of written off as like previous, not. There wasn't much, she brought it up that she was on the contract but she's not there anymore. So,
she graduated under the rug. Yeah. That's when I understood was she graduated, moved out, and then Kaylee moved in. Well, why were we not told by anybody? All we heard, even from the family, Gonsalves family, they're just the best of friends. They love each other. They were always together. There was, like you said, there was never talk of a disagreement, a fight, anything. And then we never heard a word about Ashlyn other than what you just said. Like, she was a previous roommate, and that came out of, like, somebody just kind of threw that out there one day, and we're like, oh, okay. We looked at the documents that were put out there for something. We found the lease or whatever, and there it was. But never did you see her, hear from her, hear about her. And then all of a sudden now Dateline has it, and that's all you hear about. Nothing about.
I found her mother a little suspicious as well, and I don't know how to put it into words, but
I do too.
She liked the camera a little bit too much, I think, is the way I'd say it.
Oh, it was definitely a look at me, here I am, let's make some money off this or something.
And then the story that Ashlyn packed up and left and is never coming back. I mean, I get it's a tragic thing, but this kind of, it's not that people do lose their lives, whether it's traffic accidents or jealous fights or murders or whatever else. The tragedy happens. If you're not involved in it, and the story we're getting is she wasn't involved in it, right? She was not there. She was friends with these people. Something bad happened to them. It doesn't strike me as a reason to leave town. I don't see the reason to leave town. Well, unless
that's a good point. Like we see Bethany's gone, changed schools, did this, and now, like you said, her mom is saying that this is really, really hard on her. She's not coming back. She won't come back. She's in hiding, whatever you want to put it. Nobody, I know she's okay, but she'll never come back here. Blah blah blah. That's strange to me. I'm sorry. Welcome, JJ.
Thank you. That was weird. JJ, you got any information on Ashlyn Couch?
Great to have you here, brother.
It's great to meet you all. JJ Vance, not the vice president.
I got you. Thank the Lord.
Kane's cohort in crime over there on the purge, but I appreciate the invite there, gents.
Absolutely. Anytime, bro. So yeah, that is a definitely a strange piece of info in my opinion.
Ashlyn's mom is to me the friend mom. She wants to be a part of the group of teenagers that goes, and now you're 21. Let's go have some mimosas. But the one that really bothered me was Maddie and Kaylee's old boss. Was it from the Mad Greek, who was like, I was like, I totally told her that we pay her just as much as the modeling job would, and I was just like, if you end one more sentence with a inflection or question, I'm gonna jump to the screen, And when it comes to image, I think you might be right as far as how Hitler was personifying himself in the latest hearing. he may have had a moment of self-awareness where he almost said it when he was talking, not to be interrupting. I believe he even said those exact words during the last hearing, not to interrupt you, but I'm going to interrupt you anyway. You know, it's like, yeah, you know, go fuck yourselves. The jury can decide for themselves.
Yeah, I think a lot of games have been played with Ashland Couch. They've played so many mysteries with who the sixth roommate is, and then they bring in like this new detail, like, oh well, we have a third act in that saga, and that is, you know, Kaylee and Madison weren't even best friends. She was best friends with this other Ashland sixth roommate girl, and you know, then it doesn't make a lot of sense when you start putting all those various disparate details together and try to make a cogent sight picture out of the matter.
It's another reinvention of the tale, like the timeline, you know.
Yeah. No, it's a lot. It is. It's a good way. It's a perfect thing to throw in there to stir up the mix to get folks to dispute over, right? Like,
right. They could have added Ashland in too. They didn't have to, because in my opinion, from what I noticed, they almost completely excluded Kaylee, and in a lot of what they talked about, like you didn't hear about her nowhere near as much as we had previously, and now all of a sudden Ashland. She was supposed to spend the night there, and thank God she didn't, and this and that. Why was that never ever talked about before? Ever, not once, never.
Right.
Yeah, it suddenly became a love story. Ashland and Madison, and forget Kayla. Maybe they're embarrassed to be associated with the parents at this point, even though they're both coming from the same bench. But it's like. The thing is like with this leak, we've kind of heard, in rumors and all this stuff from the very beginning. And I think that most of the truth came out right at the beginning. Like you had the mayor during one of the interviews that he did where he said, it was a targeted attack. It was a crime of passion. And then they shut him up and they dropped the gag order. Well, in that interview, if you guys have seen it, Janet Criminal Confidential shows that he makes a gesture after they, how they cut off in the news interviews and go, and then blah, blah, blah. He makes a gesture that looks like something being binded or someone being binded at their wrist. Like he grabs the wrist and does like a wraparound thing, but they cut that out. So I'd be very interested to hear that entire interview. Like I said, that part probably wound up on the cutting room floor there.
I almost the other thing if they were trying to build Ashland's credibility. Sorry, Jesse, I didn't know you were going to say something.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying this real quick. I almost wonder if they're trying to build Ashland's credibility up a little bit because they're going to be bringing her in as a witness on the prosecution side, possibly. And everybody, here she is. She was supposed to be there and survived that night too. And she's going to be a witness for the prosecution. She knows Bryan was there, something like that. You know what I mean? I just got to wonder. That
makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, actually. That's probably, there is some gamesmanship going on like that for sure in this case.
Definitely. Go ahead.
I was just going to mention the Chief Fry interview. If you really go back and break that down and what he actually said about the roommates, he was very careful not to actually put the roommates in the house at any specific time. He did not say that they slept there. He did not say they were there at the time of the crime. He said they were there. And he was asked if he was asked to clarify because the story didn't make sense. Like I've said this many times, is in the beginning, everybody was asking the right questions, the mainstream media included. What do you mean they didn't call 911 until noon? That doesn't make any sense. And everybody knew that. And somehow everybody mainstream has now forgotten that. But the point was Fry was very careful not to actually put the roommates anywhere at any specific time. He just said without any specificity, they were at the house within that like 24-hour period at some point in this whole thing. But he didn't specify when they were there. And when you really, if you stop and think about it, there's a purpose behind that, right? And we've all speculated, when were they actually there when it was happening? Did they arrive later? Did they leave? Were they told to leave to get out of there? Or did they actually spend the night there? Because, if the guilters will say these two poor innocent girls were so frightened, they didn't know what to do, and how dare you? You don't know what it's like. You don't know what you would do in a situation like that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's build on that. So this is so traumatic and so frightening that you're going to stay in the house till noon the next day? Because if it's so traumatic and so frightening, aren't you going to pack right up and get the hell out of there? Do one of your friends live next door? They've got so many friends within 5 minutes, a 5-minute walk, and they're going to stay there till noon the next day with a house full.
Not to mention when you call 911, all you're saying is somebody passed out because they were drunk the night before. Come on, now.
Yeah.
Come on.
So yeah.
Yeah. That doesn't make any sense.
They've
never really explained
that. Interview could imply that they weren't there.
Yeah.
When they were supposed to be there, when the PCA sort of implied they were there.
Right. What'd you say? Go ahead, JJ. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just commenting on Jesse's. They haven't really, no, I was just saying, I apologize. That was a good point, though. They haven't really explained any of these details you're describing there because they want folks to forget that those things ever happened. We don't know the dynamic of the police response that first responded to that house and the times and activities they engaged in. That still is not known today publicly. So these cagey responses about the roommates and where they were from moment one, I picked up on the same thing there, Jesse, was the roommates to me from moment one were never in the house. I first watched that November 16th press conference on November 24th or so when I first, looked into these matters 2022. And the cagey nature of all those responses to the location of the roommates, and the reporters were interested. They said, well, are you saying this was a hostage situation? And so, these things have never been explained, and they don't want us to revisit those details, do they?
No, not at all. They don't want us looking at any of that stuff, in my opinion, because I don't think, and I said this a long time ago, I don't think they expected the return from any of us to care enough to, or even have enough brains to look at something and go, no, that's not how that goes. Right. And no, that ain't right. I think, well, there are a bunch of dumb YouTubers. They're not going to care. It's all about entertainment. No, sorry, guys. We're looking for truth. We want a little bit of justice here. And the bullshit you're pulling right now has nothing to do with that. So, yeah, that's why we're here. It's interesting, to say the least.
So where do y'all think the roommates were? Where do y'all think the crime occurred?
A nearby location, and I think they returned to the house at noon.
Yeah.
And, they arrived at the house, and with a plan, they got it all planned out. They've got it basically scripted. They're like reading off a script on that call. So they rock up with their friends, and okay, you guys ready? It's time to call 911. Just try to put yourself, just envision that. Try to put yourself in their situation, and we know that they were awake, right? We know they were awake at 7:00 in the morning. We know that they were having conversations with people all through this period.
Right.
And we know that they, I'm not saying that they.
Well, the state doesn't want us to remember that either, though, right?
I'm not saying that they disliked the roommates or but imagine how horrifying it's going to be in like 10 feet away from the corpse of your best friends. And you're just a young girl, and you're going to endure that from 4:00 in the morning till noon. I just don't see it. It doesn't, it's unhuman. It's unhuman to do that.
I totally agree. And that's what I was kind of getting at before is, the nature of the storyline we're sold doesn't make any sense. It's inhumane the way that they're acting, and it's not believable. So, and given the totality of events of lack of blood in the crime scene, these disparate, conflicting details that have been given over time, conflicting testimonies and details, it really begs the question of, did the crime occur there in that house? And, were those girls there the entire time? These are the questions I think that, still linger, and I'm willing to admit that they did happen there, but I'd like to see evidence of these things.
Yeah, of course. And I'm not 100% on board with the fact that they left. My mods, some of the people that part of my team here have looked at that, talked about that. We've talked about it through Discord and stuff. And I can see their points on it, how they could have, at one point, Ann had Payne on the stand, and she's asking him for certain video footage and so on and so forth from the hotel and the banks and stuff or whatever that he couldn't come up with. He has no idea about it, where it is, of course, conveniently.
Right.
So there's a grand possibility if they weren't there that maybe they did go to that hotel for a while and come back, very possible. Who knows? Or they went next door to the apartments with Emily and Hunter and sat there for a couple hours or whatever. And
well, a lot of people said that they opened all the doors to let the smell out, right?
Sure.
Which makes
Mhm.
sense. So you open all the doors.
Could be.
But again, think about how cold and unhuman that is. There's rotting corpses in your house.
Yeah.
And they're your friends, and the
Dark.
smell is so strong that you have to open the doors, and then you just sit there and say, "Hey, Bethany, did you see this TikTok?" You know, like, that's how believable is that?
It doesn't work. It just doesn't
The first
work.
thing that you'd want to do if you're at all a human being is exit that situation. Like, for what? There's got to be a reason why that 911 call didn't go out, and there's something to be afraid of, someone to be afraid of, something to cover up. But wouldn't you want to remove yourself? And I think they left the doors open, not to let the smell out, but to let other people in, to have somebody else discover the scene, have a neighbor rock up and walk in the house and smell something and
that
call
was
police.
actually brought up, Jesse, recently, that somebody else had put out there that one of their theories is that they didn't want to have to be the ones to call 911. They wanted somebody else, since it was such an open door house, for somebody to walk up and realize this and go, "Oh my God," and then they could go, "What happened? Oh no," that kind of a scenario, and have nothing to do with it. So,
well, and when you think of the timing sort of makes sense with that too, because how long can you let it go? Noon's about the threshold where if you allow that period of time to elapse, but if nobody's going to actually discover it by noon, it's pretty clear that by noon, an open door is not going to arise as much suspicion. So if nobody's come and let you off the hook by noon, it's just not going to happen. You got to deal with it yourself. You got to bite the bullet and call 911.
Oh, for sure.
That's a good point. Good point.
I think that's a great point. Yeah, and I think there's a certain dance that went on that morning between law enforcement and the these witnesses that we have available to these things. The surviving roommates. Because at some point in time, I'm not willing to believe there was only one 911 call that went in at 11:58. If I'm willing to believe that other 911 calls went before that, possibly even from these folks inside that home, and then they decided to all get on the same page, right? At some point.
One of the problems with that, though, is the 911 calls are outsourced. Though they go to that. What's that company called? Kane, do you know the company's name?
I was just talking about it last night, Jesse. I forgot.
But it's Whitcomb. So Whitcomb handles the 911 calls. So
that's a joint 911 center, right? Though.
Yeah. Yes. Pullman and Moscow they use together.
So, and it may be true. There may be there was no other 911 calls. I'm just in this idea of being acting in an inhumane manner. What seems reasonable is there was other 911 calls.
It's just it's a little bit harder for the local PD though to have their tentacles into Whitcomb, and if it's just if it's just Pullman and Moscow, maybe they could have their tentacles into Whitcomb, but it's another step outside of the Moscow Police Department is all I'm saying.
No, I see what you're saying. But from my perspective, I view all those organizations as one organization.
Sure.
The government, the big bad government.
No. The sheriffs and police chiefs. Well, not the Latall County sheriff. He got kicked out of the drug task force back in 2006, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But all the prosecuting attorneys, the police chiefs, the sheriffs, and the other 4 counties, they all sit on that East-West Joint Drug Task Force together, right? And then they run joint 911 operations together. They run a joint SWAT operations together. The universities have
3 to 4 officers. Sorry to interrupt, but you're right. I'm going to prove your point at the.
Go ahead.
Pack SWAT situation, Chief Fry, Detective Payne, Gunderson, and there might be one more. They were at the SWAT for Kopacko.
Yes, sir.
Why?
Yes,
when you
sir.
already have Idaho State,
exactly,
Latah County, and Pullman, why did you need Moscow there? Because they always run together, folks.
Yep, exactly. And if you look at the universities, they run together. They have cooperative agreements. I went there to look at their cooperative. One thing, I'm a retired Air Force cop, military police for 20 years, but
thank you for your service, sir.
Yes, sir. At one point in time, I managed the budget, manpower, and equipment at headquarters in D.C. And so I was very involved in a lot of contractual things and cooperative agreements. So one of the first things one thing I tune into as a result of that, because I know how these organizations function, especially within governmental functions like universities and states and whatnot here.
Right.
They do cooperative agreements. So even the universities, to a certain degree, function as one.
Right.
Yeah, so that's when I say
maybe it's not a stretch for them to have their hands on Whitcomb then, the way you're describing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was implying. There could have been more phone calls, right? And this bifurcation of liability is exactly what they're aiming for. I think when they're like, oh, we don't want to call in ourselves. We would like somebody else to discover it, or it'd be known as a unconscious person, right? Because then, it's that separation of liability from the scene, if you will.
I think going back to the very beginning of the case is important, because if you look at the bigger picture you have, and if you want to talk about the story we're told, here's Dylan inviting Kaylee back to her own unaliving, right? And so you then have the entire tale being dictated by what, in my opinion, should be a suspect. But now this is what we're basing our story on, and it beyond the door being open and beyond them walking by the bodies, it's unbelievably telling. What Jesse was saying is, you're gonna go on TikTok instead of being like, "Hey Xana, are you okay? Are you breathing? You're
gonna go on LinkedIn?
Can I get you? She's on.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yik Yak is the one that really makes me the most curious, because it's a local, very closed server.
University, right?
It's kind of, it has the feel of the original Facebook. Oh, it's for college kids to get to know each other in their area,
right?
And it's within it used to be 5 mile, I guess it's 10 mile radius from where you are, who you will anonymously connect with.
There you go.
So you're anonymous. That guy is like a unanimous.
Big word.
Like Kim Jong-il.
I almost Schindler's Listed you, so you got that out just in time.
I slipped right under the Oscar Schindler. So yeah, you have that one just stands out to me so much because of the password is potato, and now you've seen Euphoric with Joe V and Huda London zooming in on the screenshot of what Joe V is looking at, and I've gone to the Yik Yak page, and it does look similar to the login page where when he says the password is potato and then clicks in, and then also with, I mentioned Euphoric, where they show the Coke can that he was holding the whole time that he never drank out of, that looks like it very well could have been some type of USB camera. I don't know if it was recording to stick or streaming or whatever, but it seems very clear that. So I think Joe V also plays a bigger role in this. And like I said, when you do ask questions, and real questions in this case, you wind up like that lady in a single car accident and unalive.
Destiny Don Martin.
They're going to have to travel a long way to get me, Kane.
Well, check this out, Jesse. JJ, tell him about the OJs, the Orenthals, and the connection with the reporter.
Oh, well, that's interesting. So, first of all, what's the smoking policy here on this show? Do I need to turn my camera off or go behind the camera here?
I don't do it just because I don't do it, but you can do whatever you want to do.
Oh, awesome! I didn't want to light up without asking first. I know. Inside operation over there.
Like AJ, I don't know why they hit me again last night with the ad thing. But
you're a guest. You can do what you want to do.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Orenthal James Simpson. There's a lot of correlations between this case and the Orenthal James Simpson case. The murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman, not the least of which is these 911 calls. So the 911 call in that case also happens 3 hours after the murder, nearly 3 hours after the murder. Wait a second, to 10:32 to 12:09. So it was almost 2 hours after the murder, 10:32 to 12:09. However, the calls for a robbery in progress at 12:09. The murders occurred at 10:32. So it's not for a homicide. They find Nicole Brown Simpson's, the responding officer finds Nicole Brown Simpson's neighbor holding her dog above her body. And that's when they discover it's a homicide. So much like this scene, the first responding cop comes on scene and says, oh, we got a homicide. That first responding police officer on scene in the O.J. Simpson case was the first responding officer in the murder of Tate and Polanski, or the Sharon Tate,
right?
Jay Sebring, Project Wykowski, and Abigail Folger in the infamous Manson family murders on August 9th of 1969.
Right.
So he would have been pretty old then. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, so was the lead detective.
Yes. Yes.
The Gooch. Oh, JJ down. What was I going to say? Shoot, I forgot now.
Well, did I cut out there?
Yeah, JJ. In particular, I was referring to the name of the reporter.
Oh, yeah. There was a reporter in the OJ case of the same name that she died in a one-car or a head-on vehicle collision on, I think, U.S. Route 1, and they were in Malibu, I believe, during the trial. If I'm not mistaken.
Name as the reporter that wasn't a reporter in one of the original press conferences that was also died in a one-car accident in this case.
Man, it's a psyop. We're living in a simulation.
They've literally
There's LSD in the drinking water.
They've literally run out of narratives. They have.
It does get super weird in this case because
Chaos by
Tom O'Neill.
Tom O'Neill.
He did a good job in that book. However, he failed to mention the cult that Manson was associated with. He spent 20 years on that book. Just happened to not mention the cult that Manson was associated with. But it's a good book otherwise. Yeah.
So you're talking about the woman, the heavier set woman that stood up, was asking questions, and ended up not being a reporter at all, right?
Correct.
She took on the same name as a reporter that had previously passed on, that was a reporter from another case, is what you're saying?
So that wasn't her real name. She gave a fake name.
That was her real name.
Oh, real name matches a reporter that was that lost her life during the OJ trial in a one-car accident. Martin, was it Martin? JJ?
Yeah.
Destiny Dawn Martin. That's her married name. The woman in Washington. That's her married name. She also doesn't have any probate cases for her situations. That's weird. When you die, especially as a 44-year-old woman, you tend to have an estate.
Yeah.
She's actually from Virginia Beach. I've done a quite big background on her.
Now
didn't they consult for me? Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, you're all right. Good.
No, you triggered me, JJ, with the probate.
Right.
Try not to probate thing as far as the victim's belongings go.
Well, I'm not an attorney, but I'm also not the vice president. But I did run a private detective agency for a number of years after I retired from the Air Force back in 2019. My understanding, all my experiences here in the state of Ohio, where I've functioned as a private eye, is you die. If you don't have a living trust, then you will be going to probate court to establish the dissemination of your assets and debts.
Yes, that's what we're neighbors, JJ. I'm in Ohio too.
Nice.
We're part of your. I'm in Northeast Ohio. I don't know where you're at, but
I'm in Little Port-au-Prince. It's formerly known as Springfield.
Yeah.
Speaking of psyops, that's where they were eating all the cats. They were eating the dogs.
My cat back. Give me my damn cat back, damn it. Yes. Crazy ass bullshit. I know. We're not too far away then. I got you. It was good to meet you.
Where about you from, Dago?
You know where I'm? Well, let me see. I'm about 40 minutes south of Cleveland, in between Akron and Cleveland.
Okay. Yep. I'm familiar with those. I haven't been to those parts of Ohio in a long time, but last time I was up there, I visited Kirtland.
You're not missing anything, I promise you. Nothing at all. There's nothing here but farmland, bro. That's it. I live out in the middle of nowhere, literally. But it's quiet, and I have my own space and a big old farm property. I'm happy. So
yep.
It is what it is.
Same here. I like your style, sir. That's where I'm at here too, living on a farm. So me and my dog.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got a lot about SRB. She's from Ohio. We got quite a few Ohioans in here, but I didn't know you were from Ohio. That's
Lucy Morningstar, the Princess of Darkness, is an Ohio native, of course.
Yeah, Heather's from Ohio, and SRB's just northwest of you, by the way. So
I've been saying that all restaurants are Taco Bell because all creators are from Ohio lately. It seems
Atlanta's from Columbus. Yeah,
that's funny.
Typically unique. There's a long list.
I'm on an island where I am. There's not too many true crimers in Thailand.
Yeah.
Shit, you're in Thailand, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not officially an Ohio resident. I'm just an Ohio resident. I'm not an Ohio native.
It was only about 16 hours ago that I was on a panel with Dago, and I was in Cambodia.
That's true. That is true. Hungover too. mentioned, or no?
Well, actually, I wasn't on panel because I was too hungover to jump on camera.
The night before
And
that,
I just stayed in the chat.
Yes, that's when
It's
I
like
learned.
A lot of folks in Ohio.
Yeah, we have a lot of them. Twitch, or Jesus, In Stitches and Allison. There's a bunch of us in here. So yeah, we ain't got nothing else to do, bro. There's nothing else for us to do. So,
is that right?
Are you familiar with do you follow a lot of cases in Ohio?
Oh yeah.
Familiar with the serial killer of dogs case out of just north of me here in Marysville?
I remember vaguely remember hearing it. Yeah.
He got sentenced back in March. He been following that case. That's becoming more interesting the more I study that case.
Gotcha. I don't know if you're familiar with it. What brought me into true crime is when I was 12, a really good, very good friend of ours was murdered and sodomized, and trigger warning, but they removed parts of his body, put them in his mouth, lit him on fire, assaulted
Holy
him.
Shit.
12 years old, cutting through the wood, going to Cub Scouts, and
what the fuck?
the man's been on death row. Yeah, the man's been on death row for 40 years. Okay, and next year he's finally going to be done.
What case is it? What's his name?
The
killer.
The murder is Danny Lee Hill. The victim was Raymond Fife.
Damn, I've never heard of that case. That sounds
with
interesting.
his sister, was
wild.
No, he was all by himself that night. It was horrible. That's what brought me into true crime, because he's still, like I said, he's still sitting on death row. And I'm looking. I hate to say this out loud because it sounds ignorant, but the kid's mom is staying alive, in my opinion, now at this point, to watch this happen, because he tried. He pulled all the appeals he could. He tried to pull the fact that he's mentally handicapped, disabled, this, that, and all this other shit. And there's nothing wrong with him. You were smart enough to know what you were doing, what the effects would be of what you did. So no, I'm done with it. I'm done with it, and I'm over it. So it's time for it to happen. And we just looked it up yesterday. We covered with my co-host Mama Bear. She's not here with us right now, but we covered the death penalty and innocent people being, put on death row. Bryan Kohberger
happens a lot.
Yeah. A lot, way more than I thought. But anyway, 84 and found out that he's on the list to go next year finally. So thank God.
Interesting.
Anyway,
I'll check that case out. That sounds very interesting, very, very tragic as well. Sorry about all that.
Horrible. 12-year-old kid. I mean, completely. And it changed. Let me tell you something. It changed
everybody's life.
Yeah, it changed the whole town. It was Warren, Ohio, is where I was born and raised. It changed the entire city. And we, back then, 84. We didn't really lock doors in the neighborhood. We all knew each other. The kids would play. Everything changed. So, and it's
that's what I mean. It changes the dynamic of everything. I'm really interested in some of those cases that do that. It changes such a dynamic of a culture like that. But on that same note, the serial killer of dogs seems, in my opinion, has been murdering folks and dogs for decades. He's allegedly the number one suspect in the disappearance of his ex-girlfriend, an infamous case out of New Hampshire in 2004 named Maura Murray.
Oh. I'm obsessed with her case.
He's the number one suspect in their disappearance. They dated at West Point. His name's Andrew Baldwin. Andrew Baldwin.
Yep.
Not a birth name. That's his legally changed name. But yeah, Andrew Baldwin.
He changed his name. That's right. Yeah, I've covered her case very deeply.
Same name as the Delphi attorney.
Yeah.
That's right.
The one that realized that Richard didn't do it.
Baldwin's family goes deep into Hollywood and with all this dog and animal training, but he also goes deep. He was the number one pit bull trainer for the Best Friends Animal Society. They're also known as the Process Church of the Final Judgment. That's the same cult I was mentioning that Tom O'Neill obfuscated from his book after 20 years of studying Charles Manson.
So you think he left it out on purpose, just afraid of the consequences?
Yes, sir. I know. Well, I don't know if he's afraid of the consequences. I think he's part of their friends. He left that on purpose because he hangs out at the Tate Polanski house with neo-process members such as Marilyn Manson by his own admission. And one of his researchers on that book, and Tom can come at me later anytime he wants. I have the email. One of his researchers on that book is a member of the Process Church of the Final Judgment.
Wow.
Okay. So do you think that the possibility of the cult situation has anything to do with Maura?
It's certainly possible. I don't know. I mean, that's something I'm interested in looking at. But I mean, it is interesting that this Stephen Baldwin. I'm sorry, did I say Andrew Baldwin? That is the guy from Delphi. My bad. Stephen Baldwin. Stephen Baldwin.
Okay, there you go. I was gonna say I knew something was. I knew what you were saying. I got you.
I got the names mixed up.
That's all.
So my thing with Baldwin here is not only does he appear to have some sheep-dipped activities going around in West Point, no one wants to claim why he left West Point, and he left right after she did. So
right, yeah, there was nothing I could find on that. You are not lying about that. I was looking deep and I couldn't find a damn thing. Nobody wants to talk about anything. So
no, and well, here's what I did, and so I went deep in all the dog world, right? So I went back to like 2006 and all these blogs and internet archives and stuff, looking at all these comments about this dude because he had such a viral opponents of outrage in the animal shelter communities, right? Not only just the pit bulls, but the no-kill animal shelter communities. Sure. Everyone was onto this dude for years. Folks were reporting him, folks were saying things. So these are the things that interest me: is why did everyone ignore every red flag with this guy, right? Sure. So he's got top. That tells me he's got top cover, right? So he's got top cover, and then he goes on and he leaves Ohio under an investigation for fraud, murdering dogs, stealing money from the government, etc. Right. He's the county animal protective services officer, not a law enforcement officer, but enforces regulations related to animals. And then he started his own no-kill animal shelter, which was funded by the Best Friends Animal Society, right? They were sending him pit bulls to train, right? Okay. He leaves under those charges. They start funding his new operation in California, in Southern California. They start sending him more pit bulls, right? They have to know he's under investigation. You know what I mean? This was no secret. Yeah. The U.S. Marshals had to do an undercover bust. They had to do a sting operation just to go arrest the guy. There's so much more to this story. There's so much more to the story.
I'm interested. We have to get together one day on something different subject and talk about that because I've been involved in Maura's case for I can't remember how long. My team, all of us, we're very, very obsessed with her case. I want to know. And when that came up just recently about him again, that re-sparked my interest in that. So yeah, we'd have to get together one night and talk about it.
We should definitely talk. Yeah, for sure. That'd be great. I was born in Connecticut, so I'm a New Englander.
Gotcha.
By heart, right. Still bootleg Vermonter. So that really struck home. That as far as even up in northern Vermont, where I hail from there in my current days, that everyone up there, you're saying people didn't lock their doors. People didn't lock their doors up there until even into the 2000s. And there's elements like these cases surrounding Bryan and Maitland and or Murray that really caused quite a scare in those regions.
It changes the dynamic of a complete society. It's sad. It really is. But yeah, that's definitely interesting. Definitely interesting.
Yeah, I always ask myself though, is crime happening more now, or do we instantly hear about it and get more details about it?
Because of this, you're right. Yeah, we have more access to it now than we did as compared to. I think we talked about that, Jesse, a while back, probably years ago. But, before whatever was on the nightly news, okay? And we figured that out and we saw it and, okay, that's interesting.
Well, I want to piggyback on what he said.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Jesse. Please do.
So when you say, is crime happening more now or are we just noticing it more? I'll take it a step further and not just say crime. I'm talking about conspiracies.
Yeah.
Massive conspiracies.
Definitely.
But not just crimes, because it used to be any kind of conspiracy theory is you're nuts if you believe in any kind of conspiracy theory. And we've evolved to the point now where the difference between a conspiracy theory and a fact is give it 6 months. And then now we got Elon and Trump on Twitter, and it's hard to know what's real. I mean, you see Elon tweeting. I mean, I'm assuming that is real. Is that real that he tweeted that Trump's on the Epstein list? And is it real that real that Trump tweeted back that Elon something about Elon? I can't even remember what Trump said about Elon, but it was ridiculous.
They're going to deport him.
They want to deport him.
Yeah. Hold on.
He's an illegal alien.
Trump.
I'll look it up.
Trump wasn't the one that said that, though. But
it was Bannon. That said it. But Bannon's his mouthpiece. So, Bannon's Office of Naval Intelligence. Speaking of all these things, of conspiracy theories and wheels falling off of shit. I mean, there's so much stuff going on right now.
So Trump Twitter said that what Elon was doing a Nazi salute, and I don't know. I don't know if this is the fake news or if it was. If this is real. I don't even know what's real anymore. It's so crazy. And anyways.
I've always been very weary of these relations to begin with. Speaking of all these conspiracy theories you're talking about, so it occurred to me early on in the Trump administration that old DJT there surrounded himself the first time with Office of Naval Intelligence, and I've had this ongoing noided theory myself in my 9 years of hosting a conspiracy theory podcast, Operation GCD, that is. I like to say it's conspiracy theory meets comedy. And as I try to make everything a joke in life as it is, but
it seems to be clear that life is not as it seems, and it's probably been that way our entire lives.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. You're right on, and the wheels have fallen off here in this post-meme world. I call it post-meme world. We went through a couple years of meme worlds. Yeah, now we're in this post-meme world 2025 situation, right? And the Office of Naval Intelligence and CIA don't get along. So if you look at Elon Musk and who he associates and surrounds himself with, the least of which is PayPal and Peter Thiel, and who funded all of his enterprises, that's the CIA, including SpaceX, including all of these things. These are all...
It makes sense.
Yeah, and then Trump surrounds himself with Office of Naval Intelligence. Jack Posobiec, current member, is he commander, lieutenant commander in the Naval Reserves? Sean Spicer, lieutenant commander, Naval Reserves, Office of Naval Intelligence.
Yeah.
Steve Bannon, former Office of Naval Intelligence.
Right.
That's the original spook game in this country is O&I.
Wow. See, it's well, when you got people on the inside like you were at some point, to know those things makes things a little more picturesque. You can kind of see more of the big picture when things are going on around you. You know what I mean? That's interesting. Very interesting.
And not to besmirch my distant cousin, sir. My distant cousin there, JD Vance. Now he's fully funded by Peter Thiel. So I mean, he's kind of in that Thiel camp, right?
Right. No comment. No disrespect. No disrespect intended.
We were actually right on that topic on JJ's show. I mean, my show the other day, where we were talking about back in from say early 70s to early 80s, you had a lot of stuff going on as far as the war, as far as hijackings was a big thing, terrorism, oil spills. You had these huge national stories. And so these things may or may not have been happening in these little towns. But because of the sheer scale of the volume of news with Walter Cronkite that you had, you didn't hear about them nationally, so they almost become more like local legends where town by town by town, I mean, I'm sure in every single town across America, horrible atrocities never expected have happened. It changed in microcosms. Does that make sense?
I agree. And here's the thing: the smoke and mirrors game has definitely gotten way better than it used to back in the day. And it's been going on, obviously. Here, look over here. Don't look over there. This is what we want you to see. Yep. This is really going on. That's always been going on. But with the internet now, and the way that the ability that we have to look at things in a deeper complex, at a deeper aspect, I guess you should say, I'm sorry, and be able to find things quicker and faster and more important pieces of information than we ever could in the past. Before you had to wait in the mail for something to come in the mail or order, pay for this, pay for that, do this, and people just were like, fuck it, I ain't worth it, I ain't doing it. Now you can go ding, 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 and you got information. And that's what has happened, in my opinion. And that's why we're seeing what we're seeing and getting what we're getting and able to break these things down like we are now, in my opinion. So sorry, Jesse, if I didn't interrupt you, I didn't mean to. Go ahead.
I was just going to say DB Cooper because he talked about the hijackings.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like if I want to get myself on a no-fly list, I just got to spend more time hanging out with these guys.
Oh, you'll get yourself on a lot of lists if you know me. Just ask Kane.
Well, I want to ask a question. I've been kind of on the fence of whether I have a viewer that has been putting in some hours on the channel that is from, what's the name of the town? It's a weird name. Lucy, what is it again? It's in my phone. That's just outside of Quantico, Virginia. And it's like Tonkatonk or something like that. So if you want to get on a no-fly list, join the purge. Come on down.
we're talking Tonk, Winyakin Tonk or something like that.
It's exactly something like it's and I just noticed it And I looked it up on a map because I'm like, oh, Virginia, and literally it's 1 hour and 12 minutes outside of Quantico. So
what town is this?
They're in here
let me
now.
look at my back page real quick, if you don't mind.
Waukenian is in here now, Kane, right there. Waukenian Tonka.
No, it's not Waukenian. Waukenian Tonka lives in Alaska.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought that's who you're talking about. My apologies.
How dare you, Dago? Let me see here.
Shame on me. Thank you, Meg.
But anyway, Tonka's always got some great points here. I'll find it in a second. Sorry.
So I want to ask you guys if you believe that there's currently a PSYOP going on to discourage air travel.
Oh, well, I think there's a lot more than just the PSYOP. I think our nation's been sabotaged military and civilian air travel for many years by foreign parties. With domestic
actors. You think foreign parties are sabotaging American air travel?
With domestic actors.
Oh, okay.
If you just look at the volume of military aircraft, serious major military aircraft accidents over the last 8 years compared to even just ever any other time period, you will see a stark picture that gets painted with just the volume of increase.
Well, I just mean the media coverage, because it seems like there's been a lot of media coverage of air disasters lately, and even near misses. Like the media is covering a lot of near misses now. And then you had that I mean, what was it? I can't remember the airline, the one with the unmanned flights. That was a big thing, unmanned flights. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I don't know.
Well, so there was a plane that basically flew right into the runway in Canada, in Toronto Pearson Airport. It basically just was going to land, and it just drove into the runway. Like it didn't slow down, it didn't level out, it just bang and rolled over. Nobody even got hurt, but it was a female pilot. It was an all-female crew, and the airline has like a TikTok channel where they have like I can't believe you guys haven't seen this. They've got like a TikTok video, and they're like, all right, baby, unmanned flights. And there's all these women stewardesses and pilots together, and they're going, live fast.
Oh, I did. I see what you're saying by unmanned. I was thinking drone.
No, unmanned being no man.
I see what you mean by unmanned. I was thinking drone. Yeah.
Obviously, women are capable of doing a lot of things, but this theme behind it, I don't like any theme behind, let's just get a bunch of qualified people. They don't all have to be women or minorities or whatever, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah, meritocracy, that'd be great, right? But you bring up when you said unmanned, I was thinking drone for some reason, and the female staff flights. Well, the reason my problem with that is because they have to bend and break the rules and regulations in which to achieve the qualifications for these folks to qualify, and we saw that in the military too, because suddenly even when they started using the women on the front lines, they dropped the men's physical standards as well. So it's to not make it look such a very changed in their qualifications. Yeah, and unbalanced.
Yeah, I love women, but I really don't want to be on an unmanned flight.
So let me.
I've met women that can do the job in the military too. I spent 5 years in combat, and I served with a number of women that did a lot better job than some of the men I served with. So
amen to
it's
that
not.
one,
That's what I'm saying. It's an improper perspective, right? Like the way it's framed.
I can agree with that one. Let me ask, since I didn't get a chance yet to JJ, that's kind of what I was going to. Like at this point where we're at now, what are your, if I can ask, you follow the Idaho case, obviously. What are your thoughts on where we're at with this? What's going on? What do you think? Your perspective, in my and how you feel on things right now.
I appreciate the question, sir. So like my meta-analysis, you want like a meta-analysis? You want me to do
whatever,
like
however you want to put it. Like, what do you think is going on? What your thoughts are as far as the corruption, conspiracy, any of that stuff? Like that's, I'm curious your thoughts on it.
You've come to the right place. So I call it Idaho Contra. Are you familiar with Iran Contra?
Iran Contra, yes. Oliver North, yes, sir.
All right. So Oliver North was a U.S. Army or intelligence colonel working out of the White House under the auspices of what is known as the National Security Council.
Yes.
It's a team of individuals that are hired by the White House National Security Advisor, who's appointed by the U.S. president. So, I say that to make this point. It's very compartmentalized. Just because he's a U.S. Army intelligence colonel does not mean that even maybe the general that he reports to administratively on paper within the Army, ADCON, as they call it, administrative control. He may not know what Oliver's doing at all because operational control is over with the National Security Council, and these things are compartmentalized in that fashion and numerous others. But so that's why you see a CIA is often composed of usually Navy, some Navy, some Army, but usually Air Force guys, and especially near the top, and they have more Air Force generals, I believe, as directors than not. So you see these compositions like that. So, but again, it's compartmentalized, right? So. We see in Iran-Contra, I'll start the Iran-Contra quick narrative here in 1980, the failure of a bank called Nugan Hand Bank out of Australia. On the board of that bank was William Casey, the CIA director. The director of that bank was an Australian attorney named something Nugan. We'll call him Fig Nugan. And a U.S. Army Green Beret Special Forces guy and CIA operative from Vietnam under the Material Assistance Command of Vietnam, which was things such as the Phoenix program, right? Are y'all familiar with the Phoenix program? So no? Jesse, have you seen the film Lethal Weapon?
Yeah, sure.
Definitely.
So Martin Riggs, the Mel Gibson character, right?
He's a conspiracy theorist, right? With the wall of stuff.
Yeah.
Secret trap doors and everything.
Well, I think you're picturing him in the movie.
Oh no, that's the movie Conspiracy Theory. That's right. Sorry.
Yeah. It's a good movie though.
Yeah.
I think in Lethal Weapon, you're introduced to this LAPD robbery homicide detective who is a former assassin from the Phoenix program, right?
Yep.
He was in Vietnam. And Gary Busey's character, the antagonist in that film, is a Phoenix program, part of a different component, a compartmentalized element of the Phoenix program from Vietnam, an assassin as well. And they're the ones who were still running drugs in LA in the late 1980s. And they had been since Vietnam 30 years prior. It's an ongoing enterprise. That's Iran-Contra.
Gotcha.
That's Iran-Contra. This guy, who's the director of this bank in Australia in 1980, John Michael Hand, he was one of those Phoenix program guys.
Gotcha.
Right. Okay. So the bank fails. The co-director of the bank is the Australian attorney. He allegedly commits suicide. John Michael Hand says, "Look, I wasn't even here, guys." Just washes his hands of it and disappears for 35 years. And I'll let you know in a minute where they find him. But William Casey, the CIA director, is on the board of that bank. That bank, since it fails, it gets rolled up. No one gets held accountable. It gets rolled up into what is known as BCCI. That bank fails, I believe, in 1993. Are y'all familiar with the Bank of Commerce and Credit International?
I've heard of it. Yeah.
It was a joint-owned CIA Vatican bank, owned bank out of the Bahamas. And in 1993, a scandal erupted, and it caused this bank to fail, right? Causing everyone to see the same thing we saw at the CIA bank in Australia in 1980, 13 years prior. The entire board is composed of the CIA, of this BCCI bank. And again, it's half owned by Bishop Paul Marcinkus, who was the Vatican bank dude, the U.S. Bishop, who was the Vatican bank manager there. They were part ownership. So the scandal that broke that, though, was the Drexel Burnham Lambert junk bonds Ponzi scheme. The Ponzi scheme run by Leon Black, the guy who Scott Green, the University of Idaho president, recently went into business with and failed in the University of Phoenix procurement.
I know, yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I was trying to figure out the link, and here it is. I got you.
Yep. So that's Leon Black, his junk bond scandal, which he said, "Oh no, I'm not going to jail." His buddy Michael Milliken went to jail for that. Much like that was the biggest Ponzi scheme on Wall Street in 1993. It had just beat Jeffrey Epstein, the infamous Jeffrey Epstein's Ponzi scheme in 1989, Tower Financial, right? So you see Leon Black in recent years. Him and Epstein have been friends ever since, if not before, because Leon Black pays $200 million out to Epstein victims to avoid further litigation in recent years. So Scott Green's buddy, right? He's like, "Hey, who should I do business with to get the University of Phoenix? Let me go get this guy who ran this huge Ponzi scheme on Wall Street, didn't do any jail time, and then he paid $200 million to Epstein victims. That seems like a great guy to go to business with."
Yeah, right. No, I got you.
So if you go back to 93, that scandal Leon Blacks is what causes BCCI to fail, right? Well, everyone finds out again, it's the same drug running operations that launder all this money, right? And then you see one of the banks. So when they couldn't launder enough money through their bank, they bought out other banks, right? In the Bahamas, into Miami. One of those banks in 93, when the dominoes fell, was being run by F. Lee Bailey, Orenthal J. Simpson's attorney. Right?
Okay.
And he didn't get any charges. He was running that bank with the U.S. attorney for that district in Southern Florida when all the dominoes fell. Another bank that was purchased by BCCI. Well, hold on. And if you look at the OJ case, that ain't the only connection to all this madness, because William Colby, the guy that was on that Australian bank before they started BCCI, his son was the primary witness against Orenthal James Simpson by the state of California.
Okay.
He was one of their lead witnesses.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So that's kind of weird. Yeah. So another bank purchased by BCCI back, during this time frame before 1993 was associated with a fellow who owns a bank still in the Bahamas today. That man is a creepy French fella by the name of Jean Chalopin. He invented the cartoon Inspector Gadget, by the way.
Okay. Gotcha.
And in 2020, he went into business with none other than Sam Bankman-Fried to secretly purchase a small rural bank in Farmington, Washington, 45 miles north of both campuses. And in the procurement of that bank, they were doing a cash for crypto money laundering, it seems. And that got busted 6 weeks after the murders in December of 2022 for money laundering.
Gotcha.
And no one got held accountable. But what caused that so we see all these kind of all these same kind of elements, including some of the same characters from Iran-Contra, right, to what I call Idaho-Contra. So that John Michael Hand guy who skirted charges in 1980, they find him in 2015, living under an assumed identity in Idaho Falls, Idaho. He had been for the last 35 years.
Okay.
A lot of Idaho connections going on up there.
That's funny because one of my mods is from Idaho Falls. So yeah, I got you.
So my thoughts on a lot of this is all this business as usual. These things have been going on for a long time. The wheels have fallen off on a lot of these matters, and we're just now discovering how the world really operates, right?
Funny that you brought that brought that up. Okay, for anybody that got confused here, calm down. It's okay. We're coming back into where we're at.
JJ nerds out. He knows so many names.
I get it. I knew there was a
puts
point
it together very well.
I'm but a simple man.
Sometimes it hits you like a brick wall, right?
I get it. I knew there was a grab to this, guys. Hold on, everybody in chat, relax. So Scott Green has been an issue for me, and I told you guys I found out via documents, different things. Scott Green has been involved in every single solitary police, law enforcement conversation meeting that's gone on with this case, you guys.
Absolutely.
I said to Jesse one time, that would be like my neighbor being killed, God forbid, knock on wood, and I'm involved in an investigation all of a sudden. I have no bearing on anything. Like, what the hell? What's the point in bringing me into that investigation? I have nothing to gain, or I have no experience in law enforcement. I'm not a police officer, detective, attorney, anything, guys. So why the hell is Scott Green involved in everything that they do and has been from day fucking one? Excuse my language, but he really has. And it's bothered me because of that. Any kind of meetings they have, any kind of conferences they have, anything they do, Scott Green is in the middle of it. Okay. I do not understand, never have understood. And I'm telling you, at some point, I've said this from day one, there is a link that goes back to him at every aspect. Okay. Every aspect.
You're spot on. You're spot on.
Is exactly what I've been saying. Hold on one second.
Well, I can add some context for that.
Kaylee and the bank accounts, it's all a big money laundering scheme. Is that the retarded boys version that I can wrap my head around?
So yeah, if painting this entire network of spooky laundering, so Iran-Contra was laundering drugs, guns, and people to raise money to fight communism, right? Secret war against communism. So who knows what story they're making up, why they're doing these activities still today. But my point in all that is it's the same people over really it's almost a 50-year period, right? of time doing the same things. But yeah, Scott Green, if I may add some context, Diego, you're spot on, sir. If I may add some context there, and I'll answer your question there, finish that point there, Jesse. Scott Green, and when did he take that job? 2019?
Yeah, 2019.
So would you agree that's an unorthodox job for him to take, and an unorthodox person for the state to hire? No qualifications, no PhD, no educational background.
No,
he's a banking guy who ran a large corporate law firm.
He was a banker. That's it. Yeah, nothing to do with education. Nothing, you guys. That's what I never. When we looked into him, nothing.
Yeah, well, you could argue that he had no qualifications really, and there's probably about 500,000 other people that would aptly fit the role, and it does seem like they went to the extra effort to roll out the carpet and give him absolute power, and go the extra mile to get him there for some reason.
And for those of you that don't know, Scott Green was in the midst. I'm sorry, Kane. I mean, if I'm ADHD, if I don't say what I think, I forget it. The Phoenix, he was trying to buy the University of Phoenix when all this stuff was happening, folks, right in the midst of it. So think about that for a minute, okay? I've always had to go back to this because coincidence is not coincidence to me in true crime. I don't believe in coincidence in true crime. Things happen for a reason, and when they do, you got to look at it. That's all I'm saying.
Coincidence is a red flag.
Yeah, I don't know if I said that right, but that's what I'm saying.
I speak fluent JJ Vance. JJ, let me dumb down your dissertation real quick.
Let me make two more points before you provide the cliff notes.
Simple, man.
Go ahead.
So Scott Green, then real quick, he takes the job in 2019, unorthodox hire. In 2018, John Chalopin, before he teamed up with Bankman-Fried in 2020, technically he had bought that bank in 2018 himself. He later brought in Bankman-Fried later. They began paying off the state. I'm sorry. Disregard. That happened. The procurement happened in 2020. John Chalopin begins paying off the Washington state banking regulators in 2018. So it shows the elements of a larger plan. So if you're going to send in someone to manage these operations, maybe the next year in 2019, like Scott Green, he may be the perfect guy because Scott Green's law firm was representing Bankman-Fried's FTX and Binance in their merger that failed on November 9th, thus causing the bankruptcy on November 11th, 2022, thus causing the world to find out they had this money laundering operation on November 11th. But which is what I would assert there, Jesse, is what is the precipitating event in the murders is the world discovering this money laundering operation and these sororities and fraternities being deeply involved in drug trafficking for many years.
The old hex hat connection and everything else.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there's something about Steve G that sort of stinks like he's been up to no good.
Definitely.
I agree. But yeah, please offer some cliff notes on me, Ken, because you do speak fluent JJ here.
All right, so he's leaving out one important detail. I'll get to that in just a second. But if you remember the Vietnam War there, the Nam, they were transporting
heroin.
Oh,
in the
you're right. I left out Fort Bragg. You're right.
That's not what you left out. I'll get to that. Thank you. You filled in the blank. Fort Bragg, it was connected, so that was all. Now you have to remember that money has power, and these people that are making the money never want to stop making the money. So when they get exposed, they just shift it over. You have the same players in the pipelines. You have the same money. You have the same business going on. And so it evolved from Vietnam over to Iran-Contra, where it's just the same operation under a different hat.
For you guys that don't know, either Fort Bragg is the worst as far as military installations. The most crimes and the most anything illegal happens at Fort Bragg than anywhere else in the United States as far as military bases, from statistics that I've read into. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right.
They run all the psyops out of Fort Bragg, like the counterintelligence stuff.
Yeah,
well, all of
Bragg is bad.
All of these special operations that we're talking about that are involved in these trafficking organizations, from the coffins in the Vietnam to the Iran-Contra stuff, this is all special forces out of Fort Bragg.
Thank you, JD. Okay, so to carry on, then you have, and I'll stop at Iran-Contra for just a second, because you already see the exact same approach from Payne, you said earlier, from Matt Meowry, and all these players, where they don't recall one of the most important reports that they filed more or less yesterday. And so moving on.
And the biggest crime in the state's history, right?
Yeah. Oh, I don't remember writing that. I have people that are smarter than me do stuff for me. What the? I mean,
yeah. I liked it when Meowry was like, "No, I just read this email yesterday," and then she's like, "Did you read it?" And he's like, "Well, I just opened it yesterday. I didn't read it."
Right.
It's like, yeah, I just wanted to get it out of my clutter. And so, okay, so moving on, you have that same powers that be, if you will, that are operating on the dark side. They have, once people are paid off and they're making money, if the reason that he brings up Scott Green is because once you're within that circle of trust, you keep all of the operations within that circle of trust. And when it's broken, you point a finger, that guy takes the fall, the operation continues. Okay, so you move on. Now you see Vietnams, you see the Iran-Contras, and then now you fast forward a couple decades to Moscow, Idaho, where 2 days or 3 days, JJ, was it? No, on the Friday of the 11th of
an
November
emergency bankruptcy.
Sam Bankman-Fried, his crypto crashed, the largest crash yet to date with anything crypto, 500 million or billion.
I think they had it netted at 50 billion for the worth of the company, but then there was other, there was a lot of money. Yeah, it was because it was an exchange, right? So it wasn't just his money, right? Because they had their own coin, they had other people's money on their exchange, right? There's a lot of ins, a lot of outs, but I think it was 50 bill total. Yeah.
So the correlation is you have the same players, same game, same narratives.
Dude, they evaporated 50 billion overnight. I mean, Elizabeth Holmes of Theranos only evaporated 9 bill. Her dad Enron only evaporated like 4 bill overnight. You know what I mean? Sam Bankman-Fried said, hold my beer. I'm going to go evaporate 50 billion overnight.
That used to be a lot of money. Remember, Jesse, when 50 bill was a lot? So are you following me? Are you following me so far, Jesse?
It's not quite as much in Thai baht.
Let me to put it to the microcosm. So you have these guys that are laundering money, they're moving rugs, they're doing the same stuff they've been doing for 40 years, creatures of habit. Now you have them in Moscow, Idaho with the Binance Bank. And
Binance is, if I may, King, Binance is the merger that Scott Green's firm was managing that fell out on November 9th. Right, so they're in league with John Chalopin and it's called Moonstone Bank. It was called Farmington State Bank.
Moonstone, yeah, it changed its name, and so once again, you have these people that are caught money laundering. There's no consequences. They are within that circle of trust, and so you have that crash on November 11th, right before the atrocities. And then you have, very good point, Jesse, Steve G with the Hex hat. And Hex was one part of the Bankman-Fried. And so when margins are called, if you can't pay, it's somebody's going to pay. And so I'm not saying that it's necessarily that. But with Steve G, I think you do. And I don't know if we've talked about it.
No, it's a good point. No, it's a good point because the margin has been called. The only person being held accountable right now is Bankman-Fried. John Chalopin walked, right? He's not, all these people are walking. Bankman-Fried's not even being held accountable technically for what I'm describing. He's got no cash for crypto.
I do remember back, a year and a half ago when that Hex hat was under the microscope and people were talking about that. I believe they were trying to draw a link to Kohberger owning the crypto, putting all his hard-earned money into the crypto, only to have lost his life savings in Hex, and that's the motive for the crime. there
Well, I
was
can
some
tell you,
talk
Richard
about
Hart
that
got
before.
busted for the same charges as Bankman-Fried did initially, with running a Ponzi scheme with his crypto operation, the same as Binance did after them. So Bankman-Fried, Binance, Richard Hart with Hex, they all get hit with the same similar charges of a similar Ponzi scheme. They all walk, except for Bankman-Fried. He's getting hit for his Ponzi scheme, but he's
Now,
not getting hit for this cash for crypto out of this bank in Washington.
Understand something with everything that's being talked about right now, you guys. Think about one thing that I've already told you about before. We've talked about it for almost 3 years now. There were two, not one, but two parallel investigations going on in Moscow, Idaho, involving the FBI and the DEA. Now, if you take that, just kind of leave that there for a minute and put all the rest of this together, think about it. Just think about it. That's all I'm saying.
I'll throw in the ATF there, sir, as well. You had the ATF going and doing stuff there too.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the gun?
Go ahead, bud.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Are you familiar with the gun trafficking that was going on out of Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane, Washington?
No, I've heard some things, but nothing like in depth. I don't know, but yeah, that's a good point. Like I'm saying, this is a small town, very small town, folks, and you have multiple agencies, large agencies involved in a small town investigation, multiple investigations, and then this happens. Think about it. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
can I ask a really dumb question?
Piggyback on that. Oh, go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, let's just get in there.
My childish question for us people that aren't quite as up to speed as everybody else, is the motive then to silence people involved in this crypto money laundering? I don't even know how to frame it, but it's financial crimes to silence somebody involved in financial crimes, or is it like punishment for somebody who lost their money, wanting to punish people for losing for the fact?
Or is it because somebody found out about it?
Good question. I can provide some clarity from my perspective. So when I said before with the BCCI scandal back in '93, part of that Iran Contra business, not the Idaho Contra business we're experiencing now, but the same. When the dominoes fell there, when Leon Black's Ponzi scheme of them junk bonds failed, and all the shit hit the fan, and when the world found out F. Lee Bailey was running the that bank in Florida that was running drug money for the CIA, and when the dominoes failed in Australia and the guy had to go hide out in Idaho for the next 35 years, the spook did, John Michael Hand. When these dominoes fall, you can't plan for the circumstances, outcome, and factors that are involved with these things because you don't expect the outcome. So when Scott Green's law firm failed in that merger between Binance and FTX on November 9th, FTX has to file bankruptcy on November 11th, emergency. The whole world finds out that they bought this bank. The FDIC threw a conniption fit as early as Monday, right? So while they're investigating a murder in Idaho, folks in D.C., the banking regulators in D.C. are literally losing their minds over this bank situation with Bankman-Fried. The only, because it was that unlawful in which to do these things. So while it definitely involves these money laundering crypto aspects, I think what really boils down to is these Greek organizations of University of Idaho and Washington State have a lengthy and large-scale volume drug trafficking problem. Literally from inside numerous of the homes, literally with one of the largest pill stamping operations in the state of Washington history, where they were shipping Xanax pills as far away as Seattle from one of the frats over at Washington State University. They've even had such a problem as having fake fraternity members selling high volumes of cocaine out of a Pullman, Washington State University fraternity there. So this is the scale I'm talking about here, right? The folks prosecuting this case and have incriminating Kohberger in these matters, they all sit on the board of this drug task force locally. They most certainly understand the environment in which all these drugs are being trafficked and who's doing it. So I don't know where that falls in with the states and the feds, but what I'm saying, when the dominoes fell on November 11th and the shit hit the fan when everyone found out that money laundering operation, and had these Greek organizations taking advantage of this new money laundering operation, they just showed up just north of town where Scott Green's associated with because his firm represented FTX, right? Even back to the date where he was running it, because his firm was involved in crypto regulations with the federal government. When the federal government has questions for crypto regulations, a law firm for help, to come testify on Capitol Hill. One of the women that was a major player in that, she left that firm and is now in the criminal division of the Southern District of New York. The same folks that are prosecuting Bankman-Fried. So when I say the fix is in on this shit, the fix is in on this shit. And when Dago was saying it goes back to Scott Green, he ain't kidding. But I think the Greek organizations were running drug money through that bank of Bankman-Fried's. Shit hit the fan on November 11th. You have one commonality amongst all the victims. They all left their Greek organizations. You have one commonality amongst the great Operation GCD is the Operation Garbage Can, dude. But I also call it the greatest common denominator because that's how I look at crime. What's the greatest common denominator? And greatest common denominator, all the victims left their sororities and fraternity, and or were not in good standing, and all the surviving roommates are still members. Dylan still parties at that same campus today. So
what did you tell Adam involved the drug trafficking?
It's certainly possible. It's certainly possible.
It seems the most likely.
And the flushing something down the toilet story, that's a theory that's been floated. And so essentially Xana, Kaylee, and Ethan and Maddie wanted to part ways with any profiting off of that business, and then they had to get taken out because they couldn't be trusted. I don't
know, Jesse, because I still have some thoughts about the targets being flip-flopped, okay? Xana and Ethan were not home at the same time everybody else was. Remember, they came in later on. What are the odds that somebody followed them home? A shakedown, a breakdown, a confrontation started up. And that's what, because I still think that's what this started as, is some sort of a confrontation that went real bad, okay? And in regards to that situation, yes, they weren't home at 2. They said they weren't home at 2:30. We don't know when they got home, okay? So maybe somebody followed them home. That where they were, we don't know. They were at the frat, they left, they went somewhere for quite a while, and then they show up at home. What's going on between that time that they come home? Then all of a sudden the shit hits the fan. Something's not right with that. So very, very well could have been the targets themselves. Going back to Steve saying they didn't have to go upstairs. Going back to the fact that we hear somebody's going up and down the stairs. All of that stuff kind of fits into place a little bit if you think about it. And it could be, to make it all layman's terms and break it down, think about it. You know what I mean?
Yep. No, I agree with you. One thing I'd like to know, though, sir, is when did Dylan Mortensen invite Kaylee back that weekend? Was it after November 9th?
It was the 10th. She went to her house on the 10th. She went to her house on the 10th.
There you go. FTX failed on November 9th. The wheels in this crime, in my opinion, began on November 9th. It, again, revolves around Scott Green's old law firm. The head of mergers and acquisitions would resign on November 11th, the same day FTX would file bankruptcy. The same guy that was handling that merger between Binance and FTX. Now, Binance bought out FTX's coin, 30% of their coin secretly, and then sold it. It was a subterfuge kind of hostile takeover of FTX, and then they forced them to fail. So to say it was Scott Green's firm that caused the outcome of that merger to fail, I don't think that's accurate. It was Binance, and that's a Chinese outfit.
So can I ask a question?
I think yeah.
So it seems quite significant that Kaylee got a job in Texas, this new job and the new car and all this stuff. That company that she was going to work for, obviously you'd want to really find out as much as you can about that company she was going to work for in Texas. And in addition to that, Baylor University grants a scholarship to one of the G's daughters. So there's that. And then you've got the Chapins they seem to be sort of bought off, like just, you
ain't kidding.
The Chapins seem to like step back, like somebody handed them an envelope and they just went away. And Steve G seems to be asking for more and out for whatever money he can get with GoFundMe's and trying to strike up movie deals with Howard Bloom and this and that. That dude seems like he's looking for a buck at every corner. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around this theory and put it together. But I definitely find it suspicious. I've always found that people will say it's easy to buy a used car, blah 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 blah. But in the middle of COVID, when jobs were hard to come by, the the cost of living was rising, buying a nice, luxury vehicle like that, even if it's secondhand, and getting a new job and leaving. It seems odd. It seems odd. The path that Kaylee chose to go to.
Sorry, Jeff, go ahead. I just want to speak to this real quick before I forget. Lily said, I believe Xana, Ethan were home because Xana's dad said that he had spoke to Xana and that they were home eating pizza. I believe Dylan lied. Let me ask you a question, Lily, real quick. Okay. It was known that fight happened with Ethan and Xana involved in it. Okay. Jasmine, Xana's sister, told her father that this happened. They were out together, her father and Jasmine. It got to Jasmine, the fight happened. Jeff talked to her, and Jeff said to Jasmine, do I need to go there? Jasmine said, no, you're drinking too much. Xana gets on the phone with his dad, says, no, we're home now. We're eating pizza. We're good. We're watching movies. As a parent, I figured then at that point, okay, my kids would do the same thing to calm me down. They're going to tell me whatever they need to tell me to get me to stay away, to relax, and to leave it be. That's exactly what I think happened with that, Lily. I don't believe that they were there eating pizza at 12:30 at that point. And if they were, then they may have left, okay, and went somewhere else again. Nobody else was home until 1:45, 1:56, whatever it was, okay? That's bullshit as far as I'm concerned. So that fight thing happening, so on and so forth, Jeff being a father, I'm going to go there, I'm going to handle this, but he had been out drinking. Jasmine said, no, you're not, okay? Everything's good. Here, talk to Xana. Dad, I'm fine. Everything's good. Everything's cool. Me and Ethan are here eating pizza. We're good. Don't worry about me. Think about it, Lily. That's all I'm saying. Then, Gene, thank you so much for that. Super chat. God bless. We appreciate it so very much. So anyway, well, here's the thing, though. There's how many of these people live in this house? Tonka, how many pizza boxes do you think are going to be there? I know when I was hanging out at OSU campus all the time, there was pizza boxes on the roof. They were everywhere. Every other day we were having pizza. So it doesn't mean it was from that night. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, thank you again, Gene. Go ahead, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to answer that question.
To Jesse's point about the car and to the comment in the chat, when what we were speaking about earlier with the lack of evidence of blood at the scene, the lack of coroner van, et cetera, there's no probate for the victims, much like that Destiny Martin lady, the fake reporter lady who allegedly died in a vehicle accident. There's no probate cases for these victims. So if Kaylee owned this vehicle, this Range Rover, which is, as the story, as all records indicate, she did own that. Even though running the vehicle report, she's the owner of it. And
it also the timing. You buy a Range Rover and you get, that happens to you that within 24 hours or something like that. That from a timing perspective, that seems a little odd.
No, I totally agree with you. But I mean, the records do indicate she did make the purchase. But then, how does it become anyone else's property? That's my issue. Right.
Yeah, it's a good point. And like I said, you guys, it makes sense to me because I've been complaining and bitching about Scott Green for almost 3 years. Why is he at every interview, every police conversation, every meeting they have about this when he has no reason to be there?
Right. And
why was
there was no funerals?
Yeah, right. Exactly. The press conference.
No
he gets up and speaks on this. Things that law enforcement should talk about. No, that ain't your business, bro. Sit down. Just saying.
Well, did you read his book?
No, I no, I don't want to.
Well, I didn't either, but I had to once I got brought to my attention the what I call the Gooch factor in this case.
The one chapter he made about Idaho, supposedly. Did you read that? Is it worth looking at?
I mean, there's some. I find even in everyone's bullshit, I can find some details, some nuggets of worth reading and discovering. So,
gotcha.
For example, in this one, if y'all remember, speaking of this, did they die? Was it a gruesome murder? Is it a psyop? I mean, you could conclude all those from this one kind of picture, if I may paint. So he brags about being involved in the case and everything else, so deeply involved. But he makes a statement where he says that he removed an article from the media and made sure it didn't get reprinted regarding a Manson family cult style murder situation. It was printed one time in the National Enquirer, I believe it was. I have a copy of the article here, but I can bring up a cover. But he brags in his book about the one removing that from the media, right? So I find that very interesting because if you're all familiar with Victoria Gooch, right?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Detective Gooch, Idaho State Police. We discovered in January of this year that the two years previously, in December 2022, November and December, she was an integral party in the investigation into these crimes. She's the one who did the interview with, I believe, with Dylan Mortensen for the frozen shock phase.
She did. Yep. She did the third interview.
Yep.
Meowry was the first two.
Meowry, yep. The Meowry report, that's a bombshell. But the Gooch is, and then she does the IGG investigation, right? She's involved in that. So, and then she clocks out and she retires, right? And we don't hear about her publicly for 2 years, right? She tells a story of her father being the protege of Lieutenant Colonel Paul Tate, U.S. Army Intelligence, the father of Sharon Tate.
Sharon Tate's dad, yeah, right.
She tells a story how her father allegedly went undercover with Paul Tate when Paul Tate went undercover in 1970 to investigate the murder of his daughter by the hands of the Manson family.
Sure.
So they moved. She tells a story. They moved from Greece together with Paul Tate, and a different assignment to Chicago, then on a different assignment in 1970. She doesn't say that her father goes undercover, but if you know those tales, which I do, when she tells that date, they moved to the Bay Area in 1970, and she describes she doesn't see her father for the next 3 years. Well, I know what her father was doing. He was helping out his boss, Lieutenant Colonel Paul Tate, U.S. Army Intelligence. So
gotcha.
Then she describes her father got a new.
That's a hell of a way to freeze. Let's do it. Everybody do it. There you go. There you go. You're back. Good stuff.
I said he got a new assignment, as she describes, in 1974, and that was as an Ada County commissioner. So why is a military intelligence officer directly connected to this whole Manson situation being assigned as a Ada County commissioner is beyond me, but that's the story she tells.
Pretty interesting. I say that. Yeah, agreed. There's a lot of moving parts, folks. There's a whole lot of moving parts, and it was said from, God rest her soul, wisdom speaks. She's not with us any longer. The day that I started covering this, when I did my first ever whatever on this, she said, Dago, I'm going to tell you right now, this has nothing like any case you've ever seen, and it's not going to be, and it's not going to be anything like what you think it's going to be, period. And I'll be damned if she's not 100% right. 100% right, Wisdom, we love you. It's facts. There's so much crap in all this that I have to believe Xana took Ethan back to the house, hoping to stay away from harm. Very possibly, Lily. And I think something, and that's what I was saying, that she got him out of the situation, in my opinion, or vice versa, because Xana, from my understanding, is the one that kind of, I don't want to say started the fight, but said something that kicked it off. Let me put it that way, okay? In turn, either one of the two of them took the other one away from the situation to get away from it. And I'm not saying you're probably absolutely 100% right. I think something followed them back. Somebody followed them back, possibly. And that situation enhanced again and blew up and turned very deadly. That's kind of where my opinion goes with this now, based on all the new information we got. There's still other things with it, but yeah, very good point, Lily, in my opinion.
It's very difficult to put it together, you know what I mean, with the when you have a theory, when you have a theory on how one event happened, it's difficult to make it fit with the response of Dylan and Bethany, with how Bryan may or may not tie in at all, you know, and then the behavior of the parents as well. Like I said, whatever is causing this, it has to sort of, if you want to have this figured out, all that stuff has to tie in. And I'm still, you know, I'm not getting there where it's all.
We got to figure it out. Sure, I got you. I understand completely, Jesse. I understand completely.
Well, one thing is, it does seem like the parents are getting bought off or paid or given financial incentives.
Something's not right. Yes, I agree.
Well, I mean, power rejects power, right? And y'all were talking about before I joined here today, and I appreciate your all's time and conversation for sure. But before I joined y'all, we're talking about legal counsels, you know, powerful attorneys associated with this. Jack Showalter's maternal uncle, Deputy Attorney General, for example. Dylan Mortensen's paternal grandfather was the chief legal counsel for the IRS in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Wow. I didn't know that one. I knew her stepmother.
Yeah.
Attorney, but I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, see,
and their family's deep Mormon.
Over the past few weeks, I've learned that everybody within this case is interrelated within somehow. Okay.
Yep.
Some way, even other people that haven't even been brought into this are related to other people that are related to other people related to other people. And somehow or another comes back to somebody that's involved in this. And it's insane. I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's crazy.
It's pretty wild, right? It's pretty wild. So, you know the fellow in the grub truck video dishing up the food, the beefy white fellow?
The Joe guy. Yeah. Yeah.
No, the employee, the kind of beefier, not the I don't remember what ethnicity.
Oh, no, yeah, the heavier set dude. Yeah, I know you're
the heavier set fellow. That his name's I call him, he's a Mortensen. I call him Grub Truck Mortensen just because I forget his first name.
Okay.
Or everyone calls him DM. I call him GTM.
Isn't it Aiden? I thought it was Aiden.
I think he legally changed it to Lucifer Morningstar, but yeah,
gotcha.
No, so Grub Truck Mortensen, his uncle, his dad's sister, his Mortensen dad's sister. First of all, him and DM are cousins. They're both deep Mormon roots from Denmark in the 1850s. That's how far back they go. His uncle is the in-house legal counsel for the Saudi royal family. Like, how weird is that?
That's very weird. Yes.
Yeah.
That, like I said, in this tiny little small town in the middle of nowhere that nobody's ever heard of until this happened, is where all that shit exists, guys. And that's pretty much, think about that. Think about that in itself. Where you wouldn't put something like this in the middle of Los Angeles, the middle of Chicago, or anywhere where the whole world's going to see this, but put it in tiny little small town America where nobody's going to see shit. It's kind of
what's the Saudi royals doing there?
Yeah, right. That was brought up in the very first week of the case. Somebody brought that up about Arab,
really?
Arab nationals or something being in Moscow for something. If you guys remember, somebody in here has to remember that. Arab nationals. Tell you why.
Their attorney lives just outside of Pullman.
Well, there you go. That explains where that came from then, because the first week or two, I remember somebody talking about Arab nationals being in this area at that time. So, hell, I do remember that now. I can't remember who told me that. That's crazy.
Man, I totally missed that, but I appreciate it. I'll definitely have to go back and find some details there. The one thing that intrigues me about it is I'm convinced there's a human trafficking element. I'm convinced these sorority girls are being pimped out. It's not the first circumstance on the first campus in America this would occur.
That's been talked about from the beginning too. Just so you know, that's not.
There's evidence. Yeah, there's evidence of it in their own photographs from their own social media accounts of said trafficking, in the sense that they're traveling to various cities during the school year without their boyfriends. So
living very high on the hog as well.
High on the high hogs, right?
So all in all, in the end of everything, a motive on this, folks. I mean,
exactly, and that's what's being forgotten in this day and age. Like I was saying earlier, but they did. I mean, there's a price to pay to take time off school, to travel, to have all the fancy outfits for every occasion. And I think it's important.
The hair stuff, the makeup stuff, the shoe stuff.
I mean, and how are you traveling all this time, even though there's no evidence, but you're on the dean's list or the honor roll at school? How are you keeping up with your studies? Yep. And you're working, and you're what is working? Define working at this
If you're looking for some clientele for some young white sorority girls with some deep pockets, look no further than the Saudi royal family, sir.
Harem scarum.
So what would you say in all, so that, because I know there's a lot of confused people, and I'm going to have to explain some of this in a different way later on, and that's okay. I don't mind.
Get letters.
Kane will offer you a cipher later if you need some assistance or Dave.
No, it's good. I get it, because I understand it, but all in all, in layman's terms, is easy as like, what would you pull a motive? What would you call a motive on this in an easy one?
The fact that the when the shit hit the fan, no one expected these things to occur. Shit hit the fan, and these individuals were liabilities on the battlefield, so to speak. Meaning they were no longer they were at odds with their organizations, that they knew too much about this trafficking network that existed, that was money laundering through the cash for crypto scheme of Sam Bankman-Fried,
basically to silence
French fella.
The victim.
Well, it's loose ends, right? Shit hits the fans. You got loose ends. You got to deal with those loose ends, right? They're liabilities.
Yeah, like they either knew something or one of them had.
There was no
something.
Yeah, there's no urgency, right? They're not
financial.
forced. Their hand's not forced. Sorry, Kenny, but their hand's not forced until they were liabilities beforehand, but their hand's not forced, right? Until suddenly everyone knows about this money laundering operation, and they feel like they have to initiate a cleanup operation, and they just get swept up in that cleanup operation. In my opinion, that's why I'm saying the date that she's invited back to campus to me, Kaylee, is very integral because it occurs after the date in which this cleanup operation would have ensued.
Yeah, like you said, and I didn't know that. I knew that because I followed the whole Dylan going to get Kaylee to bring her back. Of all people, could have been anybody. You guys could have been anybody that she went to bring back for this +1 scenario thing she had.
Right.
But be Kaylee Gonsalves. Come on, something's not right.
Right.
There.
And do you remember that? You agreed with me about that LARPing fellow over there at WASU, Washington State University, the fraternity member that was faking to be a fraternity member selling the yayo.
Yes.
Remember that incident?
Yes, I do.
I actually allege Dylan Mortenson's doing the same thing.
Wow, that's interesting.
I built a strong case around it too.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
So you think she's not really a student, or
she may be a student, but I don't think she's a student. But I'll admit she may be a student. I don't think she is though, and she's not a sorority member.
Okay.
So in that case before,
she's associated by affiliation.
There you go, sir. In that case before Washington State University, the fraternity, this guy, he was not a student. He was not a fraternity member in any regard. He was just selling the yayo there. He was known as a fraternity member by all the other fraternities and sororities on campus. They all knew him to be they didn't know he wasn't, right? The only people that knew he wasn't were the people in the own fraternity that he was operating out of, right?
Yeah, and
see
that's
what I'm
saying? They weren't friends. They were not close friends, okay? Dylan was new. They were in different circles,
right?
Okay, that I have proven more time and time again to you guys. Completely different groups of friends. So why her? And why would you go as far as if you make a phone call and say, hey, can you do this for me? I know we've only known each other for a month or two max, but can you do this for me? So on and so forth. And I don't know.
Sure.
And we've heard the parents say she didn't really want to go back. She didn't really want to go back. We don't know 100% why, but she didn't. She was done with school, pretty much, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. You go all the way to her house to talk her into it. Something's dark with that. I'm sorry. It's not right.
Yes, sir. I agree. I want your thoughts on this, fair fellas. How are these folks admitted into sorority and fraternity events when they're at odds and have departed their sororities and fraternities?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
For example, if Zayna and Madison left their sorority in the first quarter, as stated by members of their sorority, and as indicated by all photographs after the date of August 27th, they're not in any more sorority photographs. So that their statements comport with the other evidence. So how are they later admitted and invited to any sorority functions?
That's an interesting point too. Wow, I never thought of that. Thank you.
You know that scene in The Matrix where they offer him the red pill or the blue pill? I feel like you guys ambushed me. You didn't even tell me you were going to give me the pill, and you slipped me the blue pill without my knowledge. And I'm going to hold that against you because you've just messed with my head, and now I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight.
Let me play the blues for you, Jesse. Hold on.
Yeah.
It all makes
yes,
sense.
sir. I do what I can. I appreciate it.
A lot of this all falls into play, folks, and makes sense to things that we've already looked at, things we've already talked about, and things that would get because nobody could ever find a clear motive as to why. Okay, was Maddie targeted? Was Dana targeted? Was Kaylee targeted? Was the house targeted? Was Moscow targeted? Nobody knows for sure. We're just told what we're told. I have theories. Jesse has theories. Kane has theories. Willie has theories. Everybody has theories on this because we're never probably ever going to know truly unless we know. That's all there is. But again, yes, it all makes certain things make sense. You guys think about it. And once again, a common denominator is a real deal thing. It's something that a lot of people use in a lot of things in life. And there's always going to be a common denominator in every situation. And this one has more than one. Okay? Think about it.
Good point. we can clearly see, though, and I think we can agree that the fraternities or sororities and the college itself have wielded power in this case, and they've shown us. And I have to question, people have lost their lives at universities before across the country, Canada, you name it.
Yes.
I don't remember, and I haven't looked into it as much as I probably should have, but any university, fraternity or sorority deleting all of their social media going back 2 years directly following an atrocity like this. And it goes further to the independence factor of Dylan Mortensen with this picture that I'm showing right here, and I'll show it briefly. This is one of Dylan Mortensen's best friends, and she has a gang affiliation tattoo, I believe, right there. It's some type of order with the sword very prominently displayed, and I'll take that off now. But you also have her boyfriend, who's very criminally oriented from what it appears birth. So birds of a feather, right?
He was born into it, yes.
And shoot, where was it going? I brought up a couple of things to share there, Dago, on the pictures, if you can see. This is just came from the first one is they're from Douglas Outlaw at Backwood Beats and Outlaw Rhythms. Okay. And this has to do with the Washington case I was discussing earlier. If you read the email that he wrote me, it's very interesting if you'd like to display it.
Yeah, I'm down to see and hear everything. So yeah, absolutely.
Do you see the JPEGs?
You want me to throw it up here?
Sure, if you like.
I got 2 of them. That's from, okay.
The other one is just like the docket or the document itself. So if you read this.
Yeah, it says Bryan Kohberger listed as defendant in Adams County, Washington, filed May 25. Archived. No docket info, no cause listed, just vibes. Or a paper trail with no paper. Now, here's where it gets wild. Wenatchee, Washington police, same area, had a chunk of their department resign amid sexual misconduct allegations, yet no public accountability. It was like resign quietly and take your secrets with you. So is this just coincidence? Bryan Kohberger pops up in the court system right there. Or is this connected to a deeper investigation between Washington and Idaho that hasn't surfaced yet? Could BK have been involved as a witness, informant, or part of a misconduct investigation that went sideways and became convenient distraction? Either way, this archived case with no docket info raises more questions than answers. You gotta admit, it's starting to smell more like cover. Interesting.
And by the way, Diego, if you remember, the Wanatachee city there is where the Decker guy took out his 3 daughters yesterday.
I was gonna say that sounds familiar. Yeah, Travis Decker. That's sick. That's another horrible situation, but yeah, no, that's interesting. And Backwoods comes in here. He was in here this morning. I don't know if he's still here or not, but that's that's interesting, guys. Very interesting. All
right, gentlemen, I got to step down, but I want to thank you for blowing my mind. You guys are, like I say, I feel like you gave me the red pill without asking me. You gave me plenty of stuff to think about. Dago, thanks for having me, and nice to meet you, JJ.
Always.
And,
yes, sir.
Jesse always has time to talk to Kane.
Yes.
Kane was happy to see Jesse today. Glad you feel
nice to meet you, sir. Great chatting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to punch here myself here in a few minutes, but I appreciate your gents' times, Kane.
We're about done anyway. It's all good, guys.
For sure. All right, Dago, we'll catch you on the next one. Thank you for having me, man.
Yeah, take care.
Yes, great to meet you, Dago. Kane, great seeing you, bud. Great
we'll have to
conversations.
Back up again, guys. Seriously.
Absolutely. I'd love to link up, sir, and talk more Murray if you'd be interested in that. I've been trying to talk to that.
Would. Yeah, I'm very much obsessed with Moore's case. I have been for a long time. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm going on a show from some folks that are out of New Hampshire talking about it here, I think, next week. But yeah, that's the idea that that has so many connections to a guy that's murking dogs in Ohio, this serial killer of dogs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it makes you wonder what else has that dude been up to from 2004 to 2020, right? 2019.
It's crazy. Yes,
Right.
agreed. Very, very weird, guys. Very weird.
Great chat with you, sir. Appreciate the time. Great to meet you.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to the next time. Thanks again, JJ. Great to meet you, and let's do this again soon.
Absolutely.
All right, brother. Take care. All right, guys. So again, I know some people got confused. And like I said, I showed you the documents we have. There's not much of anything. And I knew it was going to turn into a different conversation. I didn't think it was going to go that direction, but it's interesting because it does explain some other things that a lot of us have already been thinking about. And if we weren't, now you are. The subpoenas that are coming out of Pennsylvania and other areas, these are all subpoenas. This is normal stuff, that happens in these cases. They're subpoena. Sorry, hold on. Let me try this again. They're putting up subpoenas to bring witnesses in from the defense. I do believe these were all defense. So I showed them all to you. We have different names that I threw out there. I'm sure people started looking them up immediately to see who they are, how they're related, what they know, and so on and so forth. So, but again, going back to this stuff that we just talked about, I know it kind of went around all the way around. That took the long way around before we got to the point. Okay. Sometimes you got to do that. Some people like to do that. Some people don't like to do that. Thank you, Christy, so very much. And thank you to anybody that chooses to support our channel via PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. It's definitely something we don't ever expect, guys, but definitely appreciate because it helps me to pay my bills, my internet, and keeps me going, guys, every day after day. So thank you again. It's a very interesting conversation because it took me back to things that we talked about 2.5 years ago. It took me back to things I thought about 2.5 years ago that we couldn't really make connections with. And now that we've gotten all this other information that we've gotten recently and found out that the PCA in this case is basically garbage, that we've also seen new documents and text messages and a 911 call and all these other things that can relate to other things that we're getting now and talking about. Some wise people told me to speak what I feel recently. Don't be trying to cover up what I think, because everybody wants to know and they respect more when you express how you truly feel about things. Don't sit on it, don't hide it. Everybody else needs to do the same thing. As long as you're not shaming or bashing the victims, guys, we're asking questions. We're looking for answers. We're looking for truth. And we do want justice and truth for the victims. And we want to make sure that there's not going to be another murder committed here, that they're not going to stand an innocent man in front of 5 or 6 guys with a rifle and kill him, basically, if he had nothing to do with this, folks. That's horrible. Think about it. We want the victims just as much as the family should want the victims, their loss, to be justified. And that's why we ask the questions. That's why we talk about the things we do. And I think they're amazing conversations. Like I said, anybody that was confused today, my apologies. I'll try to explain it. If you ever need me to, let me know. And I do want to put an apology out there. I snapped at somebody in here earlier, and I don't normally do that. But there's no reason for rudeness in here, guys. I treat everybody with the absolute most respect I can possibly muster, okay? And all I've asked for people in here to do is to treat each other with respect and not downgrade somebody because they may not understand something. There's a lot of technical terms and all this crazy stuff that, guys, we don't have law degrees. None of us. I mean, if we do, then I'm glad you're here, but I don't. And a lot of us don't. So to try to understand something, there's a lot for us to try to understand in here. We don't have to be rude about it. If you understand it, then you're awesome. That's good. Then help the rest of us here, since you're here, and explain it to us. Don't make us feel bad about it. Don't make us feel dumb about it. That's not the way to do this. We're a community, guys, of a bunch of really great, open-minded, critical thinkers, and we all want to understand this and know this so that we can feel like we're seeing the real deal here, so that we can actually see justice when it comes, if it comes. So that's all it is. There's no reason for rudeness or meanness or nastiness or any of that. So my apologies for anybody that had to see me kind of snap a little bit there. That's not my normal personality, but it upsets me when people try to make people feel bad because of their lack of understanding. That's not right. So that's what that was. And I apologize for anybody that looked at me and went, wow, that's not who I am. I don't like to be that person. But people can only take so much of something before they finally say, that's it, I'm done. So that being said, I want to thank my JJ. It was nice to meet you, sir. Kane, Jesse. It was an amazing group of people up here today, having a great conversation. I hope that nobody got too confused. Yes, Kelly, I will be. And I always love everybody's insight. I tried to follow chat as best I could, but there was a lot going on. So if I missed a comment you said or something you thought was important, I didn't do it on purpose. My apologies. I want to thank my Blue Crew once again. They're amazing. They do so much for this channel. And again, I wouldn't exist without them. And I absolutely love every one of them and appreciate them beyond a level I could ever explain in words. That goes for all the rest of you as well. This community is amazing. I love the fact that everybody in this community is a very open mind, and you guys are such amazing critical thinkers, because we couldn't do it without you either. And you guys are just, I can't even describe that in words either. So I'm grateful to everybody here. Anybody that may have donated to this channel today to support the channel in that way, God bless. Never expected, like I said, we do appreciate you so much. Anybody that's here supporting the channel just by being here, that means everything to me, folks, just so you know. I hope that you enjoyed what we had today. I hope you got something out of it today. Like I said, I probably will be back in here later, and I'll see you later on. Mods, I just need to jump into the mod voice with you guys for a little meeting after, if you have the time, of course. Other than that, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change who you are, because you guys are the beautiful people. You make this happen. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I will see you very soon. God bless, folks. Bye-bye. And thank you so much, Circus, for that $6.99 super chat. God bless. We love you guys. See you soon.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Diego's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Diego's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Diego's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Diego's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim